Chapter 60. Brother Xiong, I'm going on a graduation trip to Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa this weekend. I won't be coming back to the apartment. Gu Nianji texted Yin Shixiang on Thursday. She had to report to Hu Xiaoheng's men if she wanted to leave Sea City alone. Yin Shixiang looked up the address and saw that Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa was only 25 kilometers away from Sea City. It was connected by a highway, so the traffic was smooth. The area was also surrounded by small, affluent towns. Many wealthy people had built villas for vacations in the area, and Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa had the best location in the area. The villa was built against the mountain and surrounded half of Little Mirror Lake. Little Mirror Lake was an inland lake and could lead to the ocean if one swam straight ahead. The water was clear and cool, and was indeed a good place to relax on a summer day. Yin Shixiang notified the Special Operations Forces member with Gu Nianji. Miss Gu is going on a graduation trip to Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa this weekend. You can go on vacation with her. The person chuckled. Roger that. I want Mr. Hua to reimburse me for the expenses. Of course he'll be reimbursed. There's even a subsidy. You've finally fallen into the trap, Yin Shixiang scolded jokingly and hung up the phone. On Friday evening, Gu Nianji's tour bus arrived at the entrance of Sea University. All 24 of the Sea University Faculty of Law 4th grade students, carrying backpacks and duffel bags, boarded the bus and happily made their way to Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa. This was the last time in their 4 years of university that they were going on a class trip together. In a little over a month, they would all be going their separate ways. Many of them would never see each other again, so everyone treasured this graduation trip very much. The station wagon sped along the highway at lightning speed, and it only took half an hour for it to exit the highway exit. However, they still had to take a mountain road to get to the entrance of Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa. Although it wasn't long, it was still much slower than the highway. After another 20 minutes, they finally got out of the bus at the entrance of Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa. Who would have thought that they weren't the only group of 4th-year students from Sea University's Faculty of Law who came here for a graduation trip? Class rep, look at the tour bus over there. Isn't that Class 2's team? Strongman poked Mei Xiaoan in the shoulder and motioned for him to look over there. Mei Xiaoan looked over and waved at his classmate. He smiled and said, I know. That day, when I said that we would come here for our graduation trip, after discussing with the class, they also decided to come here. Don't you think the more the merrier? Ha! Oh. Strongman dragged his feet and walked behind Mei Xiaoan with his backpack on his back. He whispered. They have ulterior motives. Who knows what they're up to? What are you talking about? Mei Xiaoan was all smiles. We're all classmates. Let's spend the last month or two in harmony. After that, we'll go our separate ways. When Mei Xiaoan said this, Strongman couldn't say anything else. He and Mei Xiaoan led a few members of Class 1's committee over to Class 2. The class monitor of Class 2, whose surname was Chang, was waiting for them at the door with Class 2's entertainment committee member, Song Ryu. Class Rep Mei, you're too late. Song Ryu winked at Mei Xiaoan. According to our agreement, shouldn't you give up Minghua Court to our class? Strongman looked at Mei Xiaoan in surprise. Class Rep, did you make a bet with them? Mei Xiaoan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and smiled. It was just a joke. Ryu, did you take it seriously? Of course I took it seriously. How could I not take Class Rep Mei seriously? Song Ryu winked at Mei Xiaoan. It was obvious that she hadn't given up yet. Gu Nianji's roommates saw this from a short distance away and were somewhat disdainful. I can't believe that scheming B*TCH from Class 2 followed us here. I wouldn't have come if I'd known she was coming. She's disgusting. She's going to ruin my 4-year graduation trip. Green Tea Fong poked fun at Song Ryu with dignity and elegance. Little Temptress pulled Gu Nianji by the arm and walked into the resort. She held her head high and said, "We didn't agree to change rooms. If there's a first come, first served rule here, then who's going to spend money to reserve rooms?" Gu Nianji didn't want to talk to Song Ruyu, so she didn't refuse. Little Temptress pulled her through the entrance of the resort. The usher of the resort came over to lead them in and asked, "Which courtyard did you guys choose?" "Mingyue Court, C University Faculty of Law, Class 1. It must be Class Rep Mei Xiaoan's name," Little Temptress quickly said as she looked around the resort. She was from the imperial capital, so she wasn't very familiar with the scenic areas around Sea City. During her 4 years in college, she had either gone back to the imperial capital or traveled abroad during the holidays. She had never been here before. The young lady of the resort smiled and led them south onto a winding path. Tall, straight, green bamboos were planted along the path. The evening breeze carried the fragrance of bamboo and the water vapor from Little Mirror Lake. The air was especially fresh and pleasant. Gu Nianji took a deep breath, and the grievance that had filled her chest earlier instantly vanished into thin air. Little Temptress was also very interested in the scenery. She looked around excitedly and pointed. "The houses here are modeled after ancient times. Looks like they spent a lot of money on them." "That's right. All of our hand-picking corridors are made of wood. It's not easy to build them. There are 10 or so large courtyards, and the main structure is also wood. It reminds people of the past. It's a great place for a vacation." The hostess was very eloquent. She guided them all the way to Mingyue Court. Mingyue Court was built in the style of a Sihiyuan, with an elaborate entrance. Upon entering, one would see a large, square courtyard. Across the courtyard were 3 main rooms, and on each side were 2 side rooms. There was also a side room. It could indeed be called an antique house. Little Temptress followed the hostess through the entrance of Mingyue Court. Gu Nianji's eyes flashed as she walked in. She saw a small symbol of concentric circles drawn in chalk in the lower right corner of the entrance. The concentric circle symbol was very small, so it wouldn't be obvious during the day. However, the chalk in which it was drawn seemed to have a special fluorescent glow. When the sky was dark, the symbol became visible. However, the glow had a faint dark green to it. It almost blended in with the lush green grass next to the entrance. If it weren't for Gu Nianji's exceptional eyesight, most people wouldn't be able to see the small symbol even with a magnifying glass. Gu Nianji had accidentally discovered the symbol with a special dark green fluorescent glow. She did not make a fuss about it, nor did she stop. She merely paused at the entrance, then smiled and walked in. The furnishings in Mingyue Court were truly magnificent. It was obvious that the operators of the resort had put in a lot of effort and care. While they had strived to emulate the ancient style, they had also secretly installed many modern features. For example, there was a completely postmodern bathroom, a central air conditioner that controlled the temperature, hidden electrical plugs in the dark, and electric lights that were made to look like ancient palace lanterns. There was also a ubiquitous TV that was indispensable to modern people. Gu Nianji turned on her phone and searched for the signal. Although they were in the mountains, the signal was particularly strong. There must be a signal station nearby. Little Temptress followed the hostess to the main room to check out the rooms. Gu Nianji wandered around the courtyard, her eyes inadvertently looking at the various doors. After a short while, her large, bright eyes narrowed. There were a total of 7 doors in the courtyard. However, on the lower right corner of 4 doors, there was the same fluorescent symbol. It was the same symbol as the one at the entrance to the courtyard. They were all dark green concentric circles. The only difference was the number of concentric circles. Some had 4, while others only had 1. And NB. The third update was delivered to him. Can you still vote for me? And NBO, N_N_O. Chapter 61. Gu Nianji's eyes swept over the concentric circles, but she didn't go any further. The hostess of Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa came out from the main house with Little Temptress in tow. She showed Little Temptress a list of names. This is the list of rooms for your class. Please check it. The rooms have all been assigned, just follow the list and check in. Little Temptress accepted the list with a smile. That's not my responsibility, but I can give it to our class rep on your behalf. Then I'll have to trouble you. The hostess said with a smile and led them out. Gu Nianji lagged behind, continuing to look around as she walked. This was different from when she had first arrived. She was now looking for the dark green concentric circles with a specific purpose. She didn't see the same concentric circles, but she did see other symbols. For example, she saw the fine scratches of a bayonet on the bamboo along the way. There were arrow-like markings. Some of the arrowheads pointed forward, some backward, some up, and some down. They looked like the messy graffiti of a child. But Gu Nianji gradually found a pattern. It was like a math competition question, find a pattern in the seemingly irregular numbers. Gu Nianji remembered that she was the best at this when she was 12. Chen Lai had often made her do these math problems when he was giving her psychotherapy. Before she knew it, she had gotten separated from the hostess and Little Temptress. She had actually walked half a circle around the perimeter of Minghua Court, pretending to be lost and looking around like a curious baby. As she followed the red lantern-hung promenade to the little mirror lake behind Minghua Court, Gu Nianji caught a glimpse of a figure darting past, then silently jumping into the water. The person was very agile, almost as fast as a professional diver. Gu Nianji noticed that the splash he made when he jumped into the water was very small. The surface of the water quickly returned to normal, as if what she had just seen had been an illusion. Again, if it weren't for Gu Nianji's excellent eyesight, normal people wouldn't have been able to see that someone had just jumped into the water from the side of the promenade. Gu Nianji pretended not to see it. She picked up a small stone and threw it into the little mirror lake. It made a splash, then turned around and walked back with a smile on her face. The sky gradually darkened, and the moonlight was obscured by a cloud. The hazy moonlight seeped through the cloud and shone on Little Mirror Lake. The surface of Little Mirror Lake was calm and tranquil. Occasionally, there would be the sound of fish jumping up from the bottom of the lake to take a breather. Gu Nianji wiped her forehead and found that she had unknowingly sweated and her hands were sticky. The weather is getting hotter. The cool breeze from earlier had disappeared, and the bamboo forest was motionless. The bamboo stood erect not far away, like a pole in the quiet night. Not long after Gu Nianji left, a man in a black diving suit popped his head out of the Little Mirror Lake. He stuck up his middle finger at Gu Nianji's back and cursed her under his breath before diving back into the water and swimming away. Gu Nianji quickened her pace and walked back to the main road. She found Little Temptress and the hostess of the resort looking around anxiously. Seeing her coming out from the depths of the bamboo forest, Yaoji pounced on her and patted her back, whispering, "Where did you go? I was so anxious just now." Little Temptress says, "I saw the scenery here and couldn't help but look around. I forgot to follow you guys. I almost got lost in the bamboo forest, but luckily I have a good memory and walked back the way I came." Gu Nianji laughed softly and squeezed Little Temptress's hand. Little Temptress held her hand tightly. "You can't run around anymore. This resort is too big, what if you really get lost?" Gu Nianji shook Little Temptress's arm with a smile. "Little Temptress sis, I know I was wrong. Don't say it again. Fine, since you're being so good, I'll let you off this time." Little Temptress poked Gu Nianji's delicate nose. "Hurry up and go find class representative. I don't want to give Minghua Court to that scheming B*TCH from class 2. I just went to Qingfeng Garden, the place they booked, to take a look. The rooms are small and narrow, and the door is directly facing the main road. It's so noisy, it's not even half as noisy as Minghua Court. Mingyue Court was large and secluded. It was very quiet and faced Little Mirror Lake on 3 sides. There was only a lawn in front of the main entrance that led to a winding bamboo forest path. Sitting in the room at night, one could see the high mountains and the small moon. The view was superb, and most importantly, it was a third more expensive than Qingfeng Garden. You get what you pay for, that's how it is. The hostess introduced the differences between the 2 places, and was very respectful to Little Temptress and Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji looked back at Mingyue Court, hidden in the depths of the bamboo forest. Her eyes flashed, she had already connected the symbols she had just seen into a picture in her mind. She had to admit, she really didn't like the way the symbols looked. It was as if Mingyue Court was surrounded by countless cobwebs, and Mingyue Court was the prey in the middle of the web. Gu Nianji shook her head, she didn't understand why she was thinking like that. But the symbols gave her a very bad feeling. She remembered living with Hu Shaoheng at the Special Operations Forces base when she was 12 years old, and often watching them practice. At that time, she followed Hu Shaoheng blindly, like an accessory to his leg. Wherever he went, she followed, and never left his side. She had once seen them practice to catch everyone in one fell swoop. They would first explore the route, and then mark the door with secret symbols. Of course, the symbols of the Imperial Army Special Operations Forces were much more secretive than the ones on Mingyue Court's door. They weren't even on the same level. In terms of academic qualifications, the symbols of the Imperial Army Special Operations Forces were at the postdoctoral level, while the ones here were at the kindergarten level. Therefore, Gu Nianji couldn't be sure what these symbols meant. Was she overthinking things? She was worried that she was making a big deal out of nothing and would ruin everyone's graduation trip. Following Little Temptress out of the resort, Gu Nianji saw that everyone had put their luggage on the ground and were chatting in groups of 3 or 4. The class committee of the 2 classes were actually discussing the allocation of accommodation. Song Ryu insisted that she and Mei Xiaowen had made a bet with them that whoever arrived first would get to pick the courtyard. A few people in Class 2 knew that Mingyue Court was much more expensive than Qingfeng Garden, and wanted to take advantage of the situation. Everyone had to have dreams, right? What if Mei Xiaowen couldn't take it anymore and agreed? The entrance to the resort was even livelier than usual because of the group of students making a ruckus. Although it was dark, there were still people coming and going. It was obvious that business was still booming. A black SUV turned in from outside, made a U-turn, and drove directly to the main road leading to the administrative building. Gu Nianji walked over and tugged at Mei Xiaowen's sleeve. She whispered, "Xiaowen, why don't we stay at Qingfeng Garden? It's getting dark, and I'm a little hungry. Ask for recommendation tickets on Monday. First update, 1 p.m. monthly ticket 400 plus updates. Update as usual at 6 p.m. Monthly ticket 500 plus updates at 8 p.m. Next time there's 4 updates, God, it'll probably be when the monthly ticket reaches 700. It's still early, but I understand that it's a time when the monthly tickets are running out. Tears, it's too late." Chapter 62. But Mingyue Court is better. Little Temptress stomped her foot in disagreement. "Don't listen to that scheming B***tch. I'll go fight her. Third sister." Gu Nianji's voice trembled like she was about to cry. "Just listen to me this once, don't stay in Mingyue Court." She turned to Song Ryu, who was watching the show with her arms crossed, and whispered, "I advise you not to stay in Mingyue Court either, it's too secluded." Ha! What a country bumpkin. They came to the resort for this seclusion. Why would they come to the mountains if they wanted to have fun? Wouldn't it kill you to have fun in the city? Song Ryu seized the opportunity to taunt Gu Nianji and refused to let it go, her eyes rolling so hard they were about to cramp. Song Ryu was telling the truth, so Mingyue Court, the most secluded place in the resort, was the most expensive. Mei Xiaowen had been here many times and always stayed in Mingyue Court. Now that he heard Song Ryu taunt Gu Nianji, Mei Xiaoan was not happy. He took Gu Nianji's hand and said gently, "Don't be afraid, you can stay wherever you want, we'll listen to you." Gu Nianji was speechless. Listen to her. But she wasn't the class rep. Gu Nianji looked at Little Temptress for help. Little Temptress glared at her, but reluctantly came to the rescue. Fine, since the class rep made a bet with her, we'll accept our loss. We'll stay in Qingfeng Garden. I hope you guys have a good time in Minghua Court. This kind of advantage doesn't come often, you have to take advantage of it so you don't regret it for the rest of your life. Little Temptress's sarcastic words infuriated the entire Class 2 class. Ha, your class rep was the one who agreed to the bet, and now that you lost, you're reneging on it, and you're mocking us with all sorts of connotations. You don't think it's embarrassing, but we do. Most of the students in Class 2 didn't really care, they didn't care where they stayed, and it was only natural for them to take advantage of Little Temptress. However, Yao Ji's words were too harsh, and they were filled with anger. It would be a waste if they didn't say anything. She patted Mei Xiaoan's shoulder, "Treat the top student of our grade well." Class 2's class rep smiled and nodded at her. "Nianji, thank you for letting me win." He then patted Mei Xiaoan's shoulder. "Treat our top student well. If you don't cherish it, we have plenty of people chasing after you." Mei Xiaoan pulled Gu Nianji into his arms and laughed. "You're too late. In this life, she has already been reserved by me. In your next life." Gu Nianji quickly pushed him away and forced a smile. "Xiaoan, you haven't even had a drink yet and you're already drunk. What are you talking about?" "I'm not drunk, I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart." Mei Xiaoan smiled as he took her hand and turned to walk towards Qingfeng Garden. Many people in Class 1 were dissatisfied when they heard that they had to change rooms. "Class rep, why should we pay for them to stay here?" Mei Xiaoan apologetically explained to everyone, "It's my fault, I'll make it up to everyone when I get back." He then added, "This time, I'll pay for all the food and entertainment. Have fun everyone." Since Mei Xiaoan said so, everyone let it go. Although they were a little unhappy, after the grill in the yard was lit, everyone threw themselves into the fiery barbecue business. The students from Class 2 checked into Minghua Court. They found it to be much nicer than Qingfeng Garden, and felt a little embarrassed. They were usually in the same grade at school and saw each other all the time, so it wasn't a good idea to get into a fight. Therefore, the class rep of Class 2 suggested that they invite the students from Class 1 over to Minghua Court for a get-together. Song Ryu cheered loudly and went to Qingfeng Garden with a few members of the Class 2 committee to invite the students from Class 1 to Minghua Court to play games. Class 1 had just finished their barbecue and needed some exercise to aid digestion. Plus, young people liked crowds, so after a few excuses, they agreed. The large group went to Minghua Court, laughing and joking. Gu Nianji didn't want to go. She said to Mei Xiaoan and her roommates, "If you all go, someone has to look after the yard, right? I'll stay and watch the door for you, so you don't have to worry about losing things." "Nianji, you really don't want to go?" "If you don't want to go, I won't either." Lady Chow volunteered to stay with Gu Nianji. She preferred peace and quiet, and rarely participated in group activities. Mei Xiaoan discussed it with Green Tea Fong and Little Temptress, then agreed. He said to Lady Chow and Gu Nianji, "You guys stay here then. I have a few Blu-ray discs, you can watch movies or play games." Okay, we'll take care of ourselves. You guys go have fun." Gu Nianji walked them to the door with a smile, then grabbed Green Tea Fong and Little Temptress and said, "Come back early, don't stay too late." There were more than 40 people in both classes. With so many people, Minghua Court should be fine, right? Gu Nianji anxiously watched them walk towards Minghua Court. When they were out of sight, Gu Nianji quickly returned to her room and said to Lady Chow, quick, let's change into our swimsuits and go swimming in Little Mirror Lake. Oh. Lady Chow froze, then quickly understood. She pointed at Gu Nianji and laughed so hard she couldn't stand straight. So that's what you were planning. You go alone, I don't like to get naked in the water. Who said anything about getting naked? Gu Nianji took out her swimsuit from her suitcase and shook it proudly. It was more like a diving suit than a swimsuit. It was wrapped tightly from neck to feet, and came with a large diving goggles. The only thing missing was an oxygen tank. Lady Chow smiled as she watched Gu Nianji put it on. I used to go deep-sea diving, and I wasn't even dressed as professionally as you. I'm just going for a swim. Look, I didn't even bring an oxygen tank. Gu Nianji winked at her, then opened the back door of Qingfeng Garden and went into the water from the balcony in the backyard. You could swim there anyway, and there were 2 steps leading into the water. It was early summer, and the water of Little Mirror Lake was cold and clear, reflecting the moonlight and starlight of the summer night. The surface of the lake seemed to be covered by a thin veil. Gu Nianji cocked her head to listen, and could vaguely hear the sounds of frolicking coming from Minghua Court. Everyone was having a lot of fun over there. She quietly slipped into the water and swam silently like a fish towards the waters of Minghua Court. At the same time, in the general manager's office on the 5th floor of the management office of Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa, the smart and capable general manager was tied up like a dumpling and stuffed under his desk. 7 or 8 burly men sat scattered around the room with sniper rifles strapped to their backs. One of them sat on the windowsill, looking in the direction of Minghua Court with a pair of binoculars. Brother Doe, the university students over there are all here at Minghua Court. Everyone on the list is here. This time there are 2 of them. The man counted patiently and made a mark on each one. All right, let's make them happy one last night. Remember to send them more drinks. Yang Dawei fiddled with a dagger in his hand as he spoke nonchalantly. These were the Big Circle boys who were going to make a quick buck in Sea City. Second monthly pass of 400 plus updates delivered. Monthly pass of 500 plus updates delivered at 1 noon. Updates as usual at 6 p.m. Chapter 63. The Big Circle boys had driven the black SUV parked in front of the resort management building. Ever since they had received word that C University's law students would be coming on a graduation trip, the Big Circle boys had been scouting the area. They had done this a dozen times before deciding on a course of action. They had driven here in the evening and entered the management building through the main entrance. The leader of the Big Circle boys, Yang Dawei, had prepared a key and led his men directly to the top floor of the management building, where the general manager's office was located. They quickly subdued the general manager's security, rushed into the office, and took him hostage. The general manager was an unexpected bonus. They had planned to kill him directly, but as soon as they made their move, the general manager immediately offered money in exchange for his life, and even offered 5 million. To the Big Circle boys, they were here for the money. Kidnapping an extra general manager meant they could get an extra 5 million, so of course they wouldn't refuse. So they didn't kill the general manager right away, but tied him up, knocked him out, and stuffed him under a table. With the general manager's cooperation, the Big Circle boys' plan was much easier to carry out. Gu Nianji bobbed up and down in the water. She swam effortlessly and soon reached the waters near Minghua Court. She deliberately circled the area where she had seen the person jump into the water, but didn't see anything out of the ordinary. What was going on? Was she really overthinking things? It seemed like she had been with the Special Operations Forces for too long that everyone looked like they were up to no good. Gu Nianji laughed inwardly at herself as she flipped over gracefully and began to swim backstroke. As soon as she flipped over, she saw a dark green glow on the back wall of Minghua Court that faced Little Mirror Lake. Gu Nianji's eyes widened as she looked in the direction of the dark green glow. Sure enough, there were concentric circles there. Gu Nianji's heart sank at this discovery. She was about to swim closer to get a better look when she heard someone jump into the water from Minghua Court. The students from Class 1 and Class 2 had begun to swim in the lake. She didn't want to be seen, so she quickly dove into the water and swam back to Qingfeng Garden. As she climbed up the balcony steps, a dark cloud floated over and blocked the bright moonlight. The resort villa was pitch black, so Gu Nianji took advantage of the darkness to sneak back to her room. "You're back. Is Little Mirror Lake fun?" Lady Chow had already showered and was sitting on the bed editing her graduation thesis on her laptop. When she heard Gu Nianji open the door, she looked up at her and clicked her tongue. "I really couldn't tell. Nianji, you're so young, but your breasts are pretty big." When Gu Nianji had first arrived, she had been quite shy when her roommate said such things. Now that she had practiced it, she didn't take it to heart. She took off her swimming cap with a smile and said, "After a woman becomes an adult, the size of her breasts is only related to her genes and has nothing to do with age. You're not 18 yet, so you're not considered an adult." Lady Chow giggled and argued with Gu Nianji. She pointed in the direction of the bathroom and said, "Hurry up and take a shower before those two come back. I don't think the water is very hot today." "It's fine. It's not cold today anyway." Gu Nianji grabbed her clothes and went to the bathroom to dry herself. When he returned to his bed and sat down, he saw that there were 2 messages on his phone. One was from Yin Shixiang, asking if she had arrived at Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa. The other was from Mei Xiaoan, asking if she wanted to go to Minghua Court and hang out with the others. He also said that they were playing Truth or Dare. Gu Nianji hated Truth or Dare, so she ignored Mei Xiaoan's message and only replied to Yin Shixiang, "Brother Xiong, I'm already here. I just finished showering and am going to bed." Yin Shixiang received Gu Nianji's reply and immediately replied, "Good night." This was actually just a routine matter. In addition to having someone specifically accompany Gu Nianji to Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa, they also had other measures in place to ensure her safety. As long as she was within range of their communication, they didn't have to worry about anything happening to her. Gu Nianji smiled sweetly as she read Yin Shixiang's message. Her fingers were itching to keep rubbing her phone. She wanted nothing more than to call Hua Xiaoheng. But when she thought of Hua Xiaoheng's status, she restrained herself. He had always been the one to call her. She rarely had the opportunity to directly call Hua Xiaoheng. Most of the time, it was Zhao Liangzi who answered the call and transferred it to Hua Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji's eyelids drooped as she put down her phone. She lay down and muttered to Lady Chow, "Wake me up when they come back." Then she fell asleep. It was a sweet and dreamless night, and when she woke up, it was already noon. Lady Chow was still sitting on the bed with her laptop, but she had headphones on. She was probably watching a drama. Gu Nianji rubbed her eyes and sat up in bed. She saw that Green Tea Fong and Little Temptress's beds were a mess, but there was no sign of them. She covered her mouth and yawned. She asked lazily, "When did they come back yesterday?" "This morning." Lady Chow didn't even look up. "Most of them didn't come back last night. It's a big place, anyway. Everyone pretty much stayed up all night and only came back this morning to catch up on sleep." "Where are they?" Gu Nianji pointed to Green Tea Fong and Little Temptress's beds. "Catching up on sleep this morning, it's only noon." "Who's a piggy like you who only knows how to sleep?" Lady Chow glanced at her with a smile. "They woke up an hour earlier than you. Right now, they're climbing the mountain with Class 2. That's crazy." Gu Nianji shook her head. She put on a long black t-shirt as pajamas, and got out of bed in slippers. She grabbed her toiletries and brushed her teeth in the bathroom. After washing up, she copied Lady Chow's studious attitude and turned on her laptop to continue editing her graduation thesis. Gu Nianji worked until it was almost evening, and her neck was sore. She told Lady Chow that she wanted to go for a walk. Lady Chow had been in the room all day, and was getting bored. She closed her laptop. Let's go together. Gu Nianji and Lady Chow changed into dresses, and left Qingfeng Garden for a walk. There were only a few male students who were still sleeping in Qingfeng Garden guarding the door. The two of them walked out of Qingfeng Garden's main gate, facing the main road, and walked along the winding path that led to Mingyue Court. Mingyue Court was very quiet. Only 2 boys stayed to watch the yard. The others had gone to climb Dufeng Mountain. Gu Nianji and Lady Chow stood by Little Mirror Lake and watched the sky gradually darken. They sighed in unison. They looked at each other and smiled. In the distance, they saw that their classmates had already come down from Dufeng Mountain. Judging by the weather, it looks like it's going to rain tonight. Gu Nianji looked up at the clouds that were getting thicker and thicker. She frowned. This kind of cloud will affect cell phone signals. The 3rd monthly pass arrived at 500 extra minutes. There was still a 4th night at 6 p.m. N_N_O. Chapter 64. It was getting dark. The leader of the Big Circle Boys, Yang Dawei, was sitting in the general manager's office on the 5th floor of the Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa's management office. He held a pistol in one hand and smiled at the general manager, who was kneeling in front of him. He was sweating profusely, his face pale. "Don't be afraid, Mr. General Manager. But there's something we need your help with today." The general manager straightened his neck and said fearfully, "Just say the word. I'll definitely help. I'll definitely help." "Good. First, have your staff give some free food to the university students living in Mingyue Court." "Huh?" The general manager was a little surprised. He hadn't expected these criminals to be so compassionate. However, Yang Dawei's next words immediately told the general manager that he was overthinking things. Yang Dawei looked at his men. "Put the drug in the free food. This way, they could minimize the risk of being discovered, and avoid alerting the enemy. As long as the university students in Mingyue Court ate the free food and drink, they would be unconscious. When that happened, they could kidnap as many people as they wanted and extort as much money as they wanted. Moreover, they wouldn't have to take any risks. Kidnapping an unconscious person was always easier than kidnapping a conscious person. Second, order all your staff to attend the meeting room at 8 tonight. No one is missing. Deduct the salaries and bonuses of those who are late." The general manager thought that the criminals were going to kill them. He couldn't help but yell, "What the hell are you doing?" If so many people died in his resort villa this time, he would no longer be able to run his business. It would be faster to go bankrupt and run away. "Don't worry, we won't kill anyone." Yang Dawei smiled broadly and used the butt of his gun to push the general manager's chin. "As long as you're obedient, none of them will have to die." The general manager, who was in his 40s, had never had a gun pointed at him like this before. His legs were as soft as cooked noodles, and he could barely remain kneeling. Yang Dawei stared at the general manager as he made 2 phone calls and arranged what he had just been told. Then, he blew on the muzzle of his gun, stood up, turned the butt of the gun upside down, and smashed it into the back of the general manager's neck, knocking him out. "Tie him up and gag him. Drag him to the storeroom and lock him up," Yang Dawei said to his men, pointing to the storeroom. After the general manager was dragged away, Yang Dawei gathered his subordinates and asked them one by one how the plan was going. "Boss, we've been using binoculars to keep an eye on Mingyue Court. The targets are all over there. However, in order to avoid alerting the enemy, they did not go closer to investigate. Instead, they had been monitoring with binoculars, so for the time being, they did not know that the 2 classes had temporarily changed courtyards. They only knew that this time, there were 2 classes of university students. "Boss, it seems like more than one class came. What about the other class?" "The other class lives in Qingfeng Garden. Two classes. Whether it's one flock of sheep or two flocks of sheep, we'll poison them all at once so that they won't be a hindrance. Yang Dawei had become the leader of the big circle boys not only because he was ruthless, but also very cautious. Alright, I'll go get an extra portion of free food later and send it to Qingfeng Garden. Second brother has already gone to the signal station. Soon, the signal station over there will be destroyed, and the phone will have no signal. Yang Dawei walked to the window and looked in the direction of the signal tower. As soon as he finished speaking, the light of a powerful military flashlight shone from the signal tower. Two short beams and one long beam, indicating that they had succeeded. Yang Dawei took out his phone to test it, and found that there was indeed no signal. He laughed heartily and tossed the phone into the little mirror lake downstairs. Alright, let's do it. We'll have to destroy the phone and internet lines here too. I want this place to be a ghost town tonight. I can't go online, there's no cell phone signal, and I can't make any calls. Yang Dawei waved a silver pistol in the air. The big circle boys communicated with each other via walkie-talkies, so there was no need for cell phones or phones. In Qingfeng Garden, Green Tea Fong and Little Temptress returned to their rooms and tossed their hats. They said to Gu Nianji and Lady Chow, "It's such a shame you guys didn't go, the scenery on the mountain is amazing." Lady Chow and Gu Nianji sat on the sofa with their chins in their hands, listening curiously to Little Temptress and Green Tea Fong's recount of the day's hike. The sky outside was getting darker and darker. It was not even 7 o'clock yet, but it was already so dark that they couldn't even see their own fingers. Why is it so dark? Gu Nianji got up and turned on the lights. She took out her phone and glanced at it. It's almost 7. Are you guys hungry? I'm so hungry I could eat a cow. Little Temptress stretched lazily. But I'm going to take a shower first, I'm so sweaty, it's going to stink. A dining car pulled up outside Mingyue Court. A man dressed in a resort villa chef's uniform called out from the entrance, Mingyue Court. The villa has brought you dinner. Class 2's class rep ran out in surprise. But we didn't order dinner. They had brought their own food and were about to continue the barbecue. It's free, it's a gift from the villa. Mingyue Court is a VIP room, it's the rule to get a free meal. The chef waved his hand. Hurry up and move it. Right, don't move all of it, leave some for Qingfeng Garden. Aren't you guys classmates? Class 2's class rep was overjoyed. Mingyue Court really was Mingyue Court. Thank goodness they had snatched this place from Class 1. A few of the boys from Class 2 hurriedly picked out the good food and wine, leaving only a small amount for Qingfeng Garden. The chef smiled as he watched them enter Mingyue Court, as if they were lambs to the slaughter. After delivering the free food to Mingyue Court, the chef drove the dining car to the entrance of Qingfeng Garden. Qingfeng Garden. You guys are in luck. There's extra food and wine for free today, do you guys want it? The chef changed his tone at the entrance of Qingfeng Garden. His tone was infuriating. There's free food, why don't we take it? Strongman rushed out and directed the boys to carry the food in. Unfortunately, there wasn't much free food. Most of it had been taken away by the students from Class 2 in Mingyue Court, and what was left wasn't enough for more than 20 people. Mei Xiaoan came over to take a look, and thought the food looked bad. He didn't want to eat it, so he asked Strongman and the others to share it, saying that he had already ordered food for everyone. That won't do. You guys are eating good food, and you're giving us this free crap. I don't agree. As soon as Strongman heard that he had ordered good food and wine, he was immediately annoyed by the free food. He threw his chopsticks and spoon aside and crossed his legs. Mei Xiaoan had paid for all the food and wine for this trip anyway, so the students from Class 1 didn't mind eating something good. You're so good. You shouldn't have moved in just now. You might as well feed this to the dogs. Mei Xiaoan curled his finger and gave Strongman a hard knock on the head. Strongman covered his red forehead and screamed, "Where's the dog? Where's the dog? Go find one, quick." It was almost 8 p.m. when the dinner Mei Xiaoan had ordered arrived. The delivery boy said hurriedly, "Hurry up and sign for it, I have to go to a meeting." The general manager said that everyone has to be there at 8 p.m. for roll call. "If I'm late, I won't get my salary and bonus this month. Good night, everyone." Chapter 65. Strongman rushed out to help sign the receipt. Just as he and the two boys carried the dinner they ordered in, they heard a loud rumble outside. It was thunder. Then the sound of the rain followed. It was like the Milky Way had burst, and the rain was pouring down like a waterfall. The delivery boy rushed into the rain and quickly disappeared in the wind and rain. Because of the heavy rain, they couldn't eat in the courtyard. Mei Xiaoan directed everyone to collect their dinners and return to their rooms to eat. Gu Nianji ate her dinner as she habitually looked at her phone. Her brows furrowed. "What's wrong? Little Four? What's there to be upset about? I'm telling you, class rep was great today. He ignored that scheming bitch from class 2. Don't worry." Little Temptress thought Gu Nianji was angry at Mei Xiaoan. Gu Nianji ignored Little Temptress and set down her chopsticks. She walked around the room with her phone raised. She tried everywhere and finally went to the door. It was still raining cats and dogs, and there was the occasional rumble of thunder. Was that the reason? Was that why there was no signal? What's she doing? Green Tea Fong was shocked and asked Lady Chow, "Is Little Four okay?" Lady Chow also frowned as she looked at her phone. She said in bewilderment, "Little Four is looking for a signal. What's going on? My phone has no signal either." "Something's wrong with your phone." Little Temptress took out her phone. "Look at my new Virtu Diamond phone." "Ha! It looks like there's really no signal." Green Tea Fong took out her iPhone and tried it, but there was no signal either. Gu Nianji had already turned around. Her face was pale as she looked at them. Although she tried to stay calm, the panic in her eyes was obvious. "No signal, there's no signal anywhere." Gu Nianji said, her face pale, "I need to go online." She tried to connect to the resort's Wi-Fi, but found that there was no internet. "What's going on?" Little Temptress screamed, "No internet. How can I live like this?" Everyone was used to the constant company of the internet. Disconnection had become one of the 3 worst tortures of the new century. Gu Nianji stared at her phone and thought for a long time. She opened the door and walked along the corridor to find Mei Xiaoan. She asked him if there was any way to borrow the phone from the resort. "Nianji, you're here. Are you looking for the class monitor?" Strongman was very enthusiastic when he saw Gu Nianji wearing a grass-green camouflage t-shirt. He quickly invited her in. Gu Nianji shook her head. "I'll wait for him here. Class rep, Nianji's looking for you." Strongman saw that Gu Nianji refused to come in, so he quickly turned around and called out. Mei Xiaoan had just finished eating and was about to shower when he heard Strongman say Nianji had arrived. He hurriedly wiped his hair and came out of the bathroom. He looked around but didn't see Gu Nianji. He grabbed Strongman and asked, "Where's Nianji? Didn't you say she was here?" "He's at the door." "He didn't come in," Strongman said with a smile and pointed outside the door. Mei Xiaoan quickly pushed the door open and went out to see Gu Nianji standing gracefully in the corridor in the pitch-black night. The misty rain became her backdrop, and the exquisite platinum lilac earrings on her white earlobes glowed brilliantly. Her skin was smooth and creamy, and she looked so delicate and beautiful that he wanted nothing more than to hold her in his arms and cherish her. He was afraid that if his breath was too strong, he would blow her away in the rain. Mei Xiaoan's heart softened. Nianji, I was just about to go look for you. Our hearts are connected. Gu Nianji didn't respond to Mei Xiaowen's affectionate gaze. She grabbed his arm and dragged him to the door. She whispered, Xiaowen, I want to call my family, but there's no cell signal here. The internet is also down. Can you do me a favor and ask someone here to borrow their phone? A telephone line was much more reliable than a cell signal station in a critical moment. Mei Xiaowen froze. No cell signal. No internet. That's impossible. I've been here more than a dozen times and this has never happened. He quickly returned to his room and tried his phone. There was no signal, then he tried the Wi-Fi. It was the same. Currently unavailable. How could this be? Mei Xiaowen's brows furrowed. People in the modern world without cell phones and internet were like losing half their lives. I didn't lie to you, did I? Let's go borrow a phone, okay? Gu Nianji was anxious. Mei Xiaowen looked at her and stuffed his phone back into his trouser pocket. It's raining heavily outside. Let's go borrow a phone when the rain stops. Gu Nianji looked back at the heavy rain and nodded helplessly. Okay, I'll go back first. She was about to leave listlessly when she heard a voice in the rain, Miss Gu, did you drop this plastic bag? Gu Nianji looked up in surprise. In the dark of the night, in the pouring rain, an ordinary-looking man, who would have been lost in a crowd, walked out in the rain. He was wearing a jumper and carrying a black plastic bag. Gu Nianji was about to say she didn't bring the bag when she looked closely. It was someone she knew. She used to see him often at the Special Forces base. She hadn't seen him since she went to see university and moved out of the base. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. Where did you find it? Mei Xiaowen squinted at the plastic bag. His brows furrowed even more. Nianji, why are you using this? It's not environmentally friendly at all. Gu Nianji was anxious to speak to the man. She pushed Mei Xiaowen inside and said, Xiaowen, you go in first. I have something to say to him. It's someone I know. Don't worry. Mei Xiaowen looked at the average-looking man, then at Gu Nianji, who was as delicate as a spring onion. He pursed his lips and went back to his room resentfully. As soon as Mei Xiaowen left, the man immediately pulled Gu Nianji to an unoccupied corridor in the corner of Qingfeng Garden. He said quietly, Miss Gu, do you remember me? I work for Huashao. My job is to protect Miss Gu. Gu Nianji nodded. I remember you. Hello, Brother Li. Why are you here? Are Huashao and the others here too? She was instantly happy. If Huashao was here, she wouldn't have anything to fear. Now is not the time for pleasantries. Brother Li's expression was grim. Huashao didn't come. I was sent by Huashao to protect you. I followed you here yesterday. I didn't expect something like this to happen. There's no cell signal and internet today. I thought something was wrong, so I came to tell you. Half an hour ago, he discovered that the cell signal and internet had been cut off at the same time. He quickly went to the cell signal station on the nearby mountain to check. He discovered that it was obviously sabotaged by someone. It wouldn't be fixed in a short time. He had lost contact with the special forces. He didn't know if they'd noticed something was wrong. It was Saturday, so there were fewer people at the base than usual. If the people on duty were to slack off, they would probably only realize something was wrong the next day. But it would be too late if they waited until the next day to realize something was wrong. Brother Li couldn't care less about contacting the base. He anxiously went to find Gu Nianji and planned to take her away. As long as they got to a place with cell signal, they would be out of danger. Gu Nianji's mouth opened and closed. She asked in disbelief. You were sent by Huashao to protect me. How come I didn't know? This was the first update. There would be a reward from the leader of the Smiling Light Veil Alliance at 1 p.m. It was the third update at 6 p.m. Thank you to Willow Deity Qingyu for the reward yesterday. Congratulations to Willow Deity Qingyu for becoming the 5th leader of Hello, Major General. Chapter 66. Why don't you see what we're doing? If even you could tell, then we wouldn't be able to do anything. Brotherly smiled good-naturedly and handed the black plastic bag to her. It's very dangerous here. Put on the bulletproof vest. I'm going out to scout, and then you come with me. We'll leave here early. What on earth happened? Gu Nianji took the bulletproof vest, and her heart sank. You're even using a bulletproof vest? Brotherly said softly, you remember that black car followed us in? I think I saw it. What's wrong? I just went to the cell phone signal station on the other side of the mountain to check, and I found that the signal station was deliberately damaged, and it won't be fixed in a short time. After returning, I found someone carrying an American sniper rifle case in the direction of the Moon Pavilion. He said with annoyance, you're being closely watched. I only just realized. Gu Nianji's already pale and delicate face suddenly lost all color. She was as thin as porcelain, and even more eye-catching in the dark rainy night. They're watching us. What do they want to do? What's the reason? Does Brotherly know? I don't know the specific purpose, but I can roughly guess. Brotherly paused and saw Gu Nianji's apologetic and uneasy expression. He immediately dispelled Gu Nianji's doubts and smiled bitterly. They're definitely not coming for you. You were probably caught in the crossfire. Don't be afraid, I'm going to scout now. As long as I can find a cell phone signal and contact the base, these bastards are no match for us. Brotherly saw that Gu Nianji was frightened again and quickly comforted her. Today's situation was actually more dangerous than what Brotherly could tell Gu Nianji. Although he didn't think the target of these bandits was Gu Nianji, judging from their formation, they would rather kill 1,000 innocent people than let one go. Not only was the mountain villa cut off from the cell phone signal and the internet, but even the landline was gone. It had become an isolated island with no contact with the outside world. The bandits and snipers must be hiding on the side of the road out of the mountain villa. As long as someone tried to sneak away, they would probably be shot in the back. Therefore, he couldn't rashly leave with Gu Nianji. He had to take out their sniper first. I'll go explore the road. If the road is clear, we'll get a car to go out. Big Brotherly pointed at the black plastic bag and whispered, this is a bulletproof vest. Go back and put it on. Gu Nianji clutched the plastic bag tightly and asked worriedly, Brotherly, what about you? Are you wearing a bulletproof vest? If there was really a sniper here like Big Brotherly said, then the bulletproof vest was too important for Big Brotherly. Brotherly glanced at Gu Nianji and hesitated for a moment before taking out a letter from his underwear pocket and handing it to Gu Nianji. If I don't come back, please give this letter to Big Xiong. What letter? Gu Nianji was confused. Can't you just put it in the mailbox and send it back? Nowadays, people don't even use email anymore. They use social media to contact each other. There are even people who use paper to write letters. Brotherly smiled wryly and shook his head. Worried that Gu Nianji didn't know the severity of the matter, he still told her, this is my suicide note. If I don't come back, please give it to Big Xiong. He will pass it to my family. If I come back, please give it back to me. Suicide note. The smile on Gu Nianji's face froze. Her hand gripped the letter so tightly that it almost spasmed. Don't be afraid. This is a practice in the operations forces. Everyone writes a suicide note before a big operation and gives it to their superiors for safekeeping. This time, I thought I was on vacation, so I had no choice but to trouble you. Brotherly looked at Gu Nianji and smiled wryly again. Patting her shoulder, he said, you must survive. Think of a way to survive. You must protect yourself before you see our people. Tears welled up in Gu Nianji's eyes. She understood that Brotherly must have given Gu Nianji his bulletproof vest. Gu Nianji quickly stuffed the black plastic bag back into Brotherly's hand. Brotherly, you wear this bulletproof vest. I don't need it. Be obedient. This is an order. Brotherly scowled and pushed the plastic bag back. Did you forget how Hu Xiao taught you? But Gu Nianji was only afraid of Hu Xiaoheng. She couldn't listen to anyone else. Brotherly, it's because of Hu Xiao that I have to return this bulletproof vest to you. Unless you have extra bulletproof vests. Gu Nianji held back her tears and smiled. Once again, she stuffed the black plastic bag back into Brotherly's hand. Also, you're going to scout, so you'll definitely be targeted by those people. You'll have a higher chance of success if you wear a bulletproof vest. I'll be safer if I know you'll succeed. Brotherly wasn't a match for Gu Nianji in an argument. He pursed his lips anxiously and wanted to say more, but Gu Nianji already stopped him. Don't say any more. Brotherly should hurry up if you want to scout. It's raining so hard, it won't be easy to go out. Brotherly also knew that the situation was urgent and that he couldn't afford to waste any more time here. He didn't insist and carried the black plastic bag to Gu Nianji, reminding her repeatedly, don't go anywhere. Stay in Qingfeng Garden and wait for me to come back. Just in case, jump into Little Mirror Lake. I know you're a good swimmer. Little Mirror Lake is so big, it's the safest place. Got it. Brotherly, you have to be careful too. I'll wait to return this letter to you personally. Gu Nianji clutched the suicide note Brotherly had given her to her chest and watched him leave. Gu Nianji watched Brotherly's figure disappear into the night before she turned and walked back to her room. She had just turned the corner when she saw Mei Xiaoan standing ramrod straight in front of Gu Nianji's room with both hands in his trouser pockets. He was looking steadily in her direction and must have been waiting for her. Gu Nianji had something on her mind. She thought for a moment and asked, Xiaoan, is everyone here? Of the 24, there are 20 now. The other 4 are probably still in Mingyue Court. Mei Xiaoan said dryly, not allowing Gu Nianji to change the subject. Who was that guy? Do you know each other? He got the wrong person. That thing wasn't mine. Gu Nianji didn't explain further. I'm tired. I'm going to rest for a while. Mei Xiaoan lowered his head and lit a cigarette. He took a drag and said sullenly, Nianji, what's wrong with you? Isn't it fun here? I specifically chose this place for you. He had carefully planned his graduation trip, but it seemed that Gu Nianji hadn't given him the warm response and gratitude he had expected. Mei Xiaoan looked tired. Gu Nianji turned to look at Mei Xiaoan and couldn't bear to see him like this. She leaned against the pillar in front of the door and thought for a moment. She whispered, Xiaoan, this is a nice place, but something's not right this time. What's not right? No phone signal. No internet. No phone line. Mei Xiaoan took off his gold-rimmed glasses and rubbed his forehead. Nianji, I thought you were better at enduring hardships than other girls. Gu Nianji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was an orphan, so she should be better at enduring hardships than rich second-generation heirs with both parents alive. But Hu Xiao had never let her suffer when it came to basic necessities. However, Gu Nianji wasn't angry at Mei Xiaoan. Hu Xiao was her source of confidence. She wasn't as sensitive as a glass. Xiaoan, you're not complimenting me. Gu Nianji glared at Mei Xiaoan and looked up at the sky. The rain is getting heavier. Xiaoan, tell everyone not to go out at all costs. Make sure the doors are closed. And NB. This is the first time the spiritual pet's fate rewarded by the Guild Master Smiling Muslin has been sent over. Third update at 6 p.m. Chapter 67. What the hell happened? Mei Xiaoan frowned at Gu Nianji. What are you hinting at? Gu Nianji thought about it and decided to tell her acquaintances the truth. They had the right to know. Come in, I have something to say. Gu Nianji turned to enter the room and said to her three roommates, Green Tea Fong, Lady Chow, Little Temptress, I have something to tell you. The three of them gathered around and looked at Gu Nianji curiously with Mei Xiaoan. Gu Nianji took a deep breath and told them about the strange symbol she had seen. Then she talked about the black SUV and sniper rifle that Brotherly had told her about. Finally, she talked about the predicament they were facing: no cell signal, no internet, even the phone lines were down. The only lucky thing for us was that Class 2 forced us to change dormitories. Now I don't know if those people are smart enough or stupid enough to carve a boat for a sword. Gu Nianji took out her phone and used a drawing board to draw concentric circles for them to see. The three roommates and Mei Xiaoan were dumbfounded. They looked at each other and asked in confusion, how do you recognize the sniper rifle case? My distant relative is in the army. He has a sniper rifle case, just like the one that person was holding. Gu Nianji didn't say that Brotherly had told her. She calmly turned her head away, the exquisite platinum lilac earrings on her earlobe drawing a shiny arc under the light. She had learned to be calm after being by Hu Xiaoheng's side for 6 years. Aren't you worried at all? Worried about what? Little Temptress ran her fingers through her hair. I'm more worried about not being able to surf Weibo. Yeah, why should we be worried? Even if someone has ulterior motives, what does that have to do with us? Mei Xiaoan didn't understand. He put on his gold-rimmed glasses. Aren't you overthinking things? You guys are so careless. Gu Nianji was puzzled. She walked around the four of them. You're either rich kids or the children of government officials. Didn't your families tell you that the outside world is very dangerous? Mei Xiaoan finally understood. His thin, pale face paled. You think they're after us? He must have eaten the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard. Rich second-generation heirs were most afraid of being kidnapped. Although the purpose of kidnapping was to extort money, there were many kidnappers who took the money and then killed the hostages. The Mei family was considered a local tyrant in Sea City. Basically, no one dared to lay a hand on the Mei family in Sea City. Therefore, Mei Xiaoan had never brought any bodyguards with him when he was in Sea City. However, when he left Sea City for other places, he always brought bodyguards with him. Gu Nianji and Brotherly were actually just using common sense to infer that if those people weren't here for Gu Nianji, then they could only be here for the rich second generations in their class. Gu Nianji was very confident in Hu Xiaoheng's abilities. He protected her very well, and no one knew about her special identity. Therefore, she didn't think that these people were after her. She was probably a bonus for these criminals. Little Four's words seemed to make a lot of sense. Lady Chow looked at Yao Ji. Our class does have a lot of children from influential families. Other than Mei Xiaoan from the Mei family, there was also Wang Junya, the enchantress. The Wang clan of the empire's capital was no ordinary clan. Green Tea Fong's family was also worth tens of millions. Gu Nianji was the only one who might have come from a poor family background and was caught in the crossfire. Then what do we do? Are we just going to surrender? Yao Ji was nervous. Should we tell everyone? Discuss a strategy together. Gu Nianji shook her head. I don't agree with telling everyone. The more people there are, the easier it will be for the news to get out. It will draw the attention of those people. That makes sense. Mei Xiaoan thought of his classmates in Class 2. But we can't be completely clueless, can we? Should we go talk to them? Class 2 is really unlucky. Green Tea Fong elegantly picked up her cup of tea and blew on it. But they were crying and screaming to switch rooms with us. Who can we blame? Now is not the time to say things like that. Gu Nianji tugged on Green Tea Fong's hand. I'm worried that something bad will happen. I'll have Strongman go check it out. Mei Xiaoan nodded. Tell them to be careful. As long as they don't split up and close the door, it won't be that easy to get into trouble with more than 20 people. Mei Xiaoan left Gu Nianji's room and returned to his room with Strongman. Shortly after, Strongman rushed out in a disposable raincoat. At 8:00 sharp, there was plenty of food and drinks in the large conference room of the resort's management building. All of the resort staff were present, and a man who looked like the manager was taking roll. 5 minutes later, he came to the general manager's office and knocked. Mr. Fu, everyone's here. There was a response from inside. You guys eat first, I have something to say after you're done. The voice was muffled, and told the manager to go back. The manager returned to the large conference room and said with a smile, Mr. Fu told everyone to eat first, he has something to announce after eating. So it was just a staff dinner. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and began to eat and drink happily. Strongman walked through the rain to Mingyue Court. He reached out and gave the door a gentle push. It was very quiet inside, except for the sound of the rain. The strong man suddenly felt a chill. He walked up the corridor to the room where the class rep of Class 2 lived. The lights were on in the room, but there was no sound of people talking. It was a completely different world from the hustle and bustle in Qingfeng Garden. Class Rep Chang. Strongman knocked on the door, but no one answered. He pushed the door open, and was greeted by a scene that almost made him scream. There were 6 or 7 people in the room, all sprawled on the ground, unconscious. Strongman almost stuffed his hands into his mouth. He was so terrified that he tiptoed over to the class rep of Class 2, who was the closest to him. When he got closer, he could see that their chests were rising and falling, and that they were still breathing. He breathed a sigh of relief. If all these people were dead, Strongman thought he would go crazy. He mustered up his courage and looked from room to room, and found that everyone in Class 2 was unconscious. There was unfinished food in every room, and it was obvious that it was the free food and drinks that had been given to him earlier. There was free food at his place, too. It was a good thing he hadn't eaten it. Strongman rushed out of Mingyue Court with a look of lingering fear on his face. On his way back to Qingfeng Garden, he ran into a kitten sheltering from the rain in the bamboo forest. Strongman's heart softened, and he brought the kitten back to Qingfeng Garden. Class rep, something's wrong. Strongman put the kitten down, and told Mei Xiaoan about what he had seen in Mingyue Court. I'm guessing it's the free food. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Mei Xiaoan's face darkened, and he slammed his fist on the table. When he turned around, he heard a meow, and looked at Strongman. Where did this cat come from? I picked it up on the way back. It's hiding in the bamboo forest because it's raining so hard. Give it these food. Mei Xiaoan pointed at the free food that the chef had given them. Third update, please send monthly and recommendation votes. Good night, dearest. Oh, __. Oh. Chapter 68. The kitten had probably been hungry the whole night, so it immediately dug in when it saw the food. Mei Xiaoan even unscrewed a bottle of mineral water for it to drink. Less than 5 minutes later, the kitten suddenly leaped forward, fell limply to the ground, and fainted, motionless. *T. It's all because of the free food. But why would the people at the resort do this? Strongman yelled. The people from Class 2 passed out at Mingyue Court just like that. Thank goodness they didn't eat the free food. Mei Xiaoan's back broke out in a cold sweat. The wind and rain outside were getting stronger, and the entire Dufeng Mountain was swaying in the wind and rain. 50 miles away, in a small, secret computer room at the Special Operations Forces base in Sea City, a huge computer received an electronic signal from somewhere every 5 minutes. This signal was transmitted by cell phone signal stations all over the country. As long as the phone was working, the signal could be continuously transmitted back to the secret computer room at the Special Operations Forces base. It happened to be a Saturday, so the people on duty outside the computer room were more relaxed than usual. They sat on the computer chair with a cup of tea in their hands, playing games from time to time. The computers at the base couldn't access the external network, so they could only form teams and kill monsters on the internal network. About an hour ago, the computer that specialized in receiving electronic signals was unable to receive the signal that was transmitted back at a fixed time. The computer program ran automatically, faithfully executing a human-written program. It received a signal every 5 minutes. After half an hour of no signal, the computer faithfully executed its program and sounded an alarm. Beep! 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 A sharp, drawn-out beep sounded in the computer room. At the same time, a red light flashed like a police siren. Zhao Liangze was in the bathroom showering when he heard the alarm. He didn't even have time to wipe the soap off his body. He wrapped a large towel around his lower body and rushed out of the bathroom. He quickly turned on the computer and checked the program he had written for Gu Nianji. The look in his eyes changed. He hadn't received a signal for half an hour. What on earth had happened? Gu Nianji had a transmission device they had specially prepared for her. It used the ubiquitous cell phone signal stations throughout the empire to transmit an electronic signal. If there was no signal for more than half an hour, the program would automatically determine that something had happened. Zhao Liangze immediately called In Shixiang. Big Xiong. Big Xiong. What's going on? What happened to Nianji? Where's Little Li? Hadn't he gone to Dufeng Mountain with Nianji? Why did Nianji and Little Li's signals disappear? Little Li was a member of their base. Usually, when they went out on missions, they also carried such a signal transmitter with them. This made it easy for the Special Operations Forces to determine their location and for them to communicate with the base at all times. Once they lost contact, most of the time, it meant that something had happened. In Shixiang had just finished dinner and was lying on the sofa to digest his food. He shivered when he picked up Zhao Liangze's call. What's going on? Did something happen to Nianji and Little Li? Nianji even sent me a goodnight message yesterday. Last night? I mean just now. Their signal has been gone for half an hour, Zhao Liangze said anxiously. I'll go check the cell phone signal station. In Shixiang also got up with a grunt. I'm going to the office to call the Dufeng Mountain Resort Center. Zhao Liangze opened his high-clearance account and entered the Sea City government's infrastructure network. From this network, he could check the status of the cell phone signal stations within 500 miles of Sea City. Zhao Liangze immediately checked the cell phone signal stations near Dufeng Mountain. He immediately saw that the only cell phone signal station near Dufeng Mountain had a big red X symbol on it. This meant that the cell phone signal station there had malfunctioned and was no longer operational. Zhao Liangze breathed a small sigh of relief. He put on his headset and called In Shixiang again. The cell phone signal station near Dufeng Mountain is malfunctioning. I saw the weather forecast, it's raging there. That's probably the reason. In Shixiang responded from the office. He kept dialing, his eyes growing more and more nervous. Little Zay, can you check the status of the Dufeng Mountain Resort Center? I just found out that their landline is also not working. Zhao Liangze froze. The cell phone signal station could have been damaged due to the weather. However, the landline phone could not be reached either. Something was not right. Zhao Liangze opened the instant messaging program he had written himself and sent 2 messages to Gu Nianji and Little Li. The difference between this program and the common instant messaging programs on the market was that Zhao Liangze's program could provide feedback on the other party's network status, similar to a pin function. It could check whether the other party's network was working. The results shocked Zhao Liangzi even more. The network at the Dufeng Mountain Resort Center was down. There was no cell phone signal, no landline, and now even the network was down. What kind of natural disaster could cause such devastating consequences? Zhao Liangzi frowned and said to Yin Shixiang, I think you should call the local police station. There's a major problem at the Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa. What kind of problem? Yin Shixiang's hands were also shaking as he looked up the number of the police station near Dufeng Mountain. Either there's a major natural disaster there, or there's a terrible man-made disaster. Either way, we don't want to see it happen. Zhao Liangzi's voice was calm as he spoke. His fingers flew across the keyboard, typing out a series of commands in an attempt to establish a connection with the Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa. However, each failure made him realize that the damage was physical, not a simple programming problem. On a rainy night, the police station near Dufeng Mountain received an inquiry from the parent of a C University Law School student. What happened to your Dufeng Mountain Resort Center? Why can't I get through to them? Is the cell phone signal station down? My child is on vacation at the Dufeng Mountain Resort Center. Can you afford to have a problem? The person hung up the phone. The junior officer on duty was confused and didn't even have time to ask for the person's name. From the caller ID, it seemed to be a very common area number in C City. The young policeman looked out the window at the curtain of rain, then thought about the nearby Dufeng Mountain Resort Center. He dutifully put on his raincoat, put on the large flashlight, and carried his baton. He also brought a small pistol with him. All officers on duty at night were given guns and ammunition. The junior officer, who was in his 20s, was a local and very familiar with Dufeng Mountain. Although it was raining heavily, he successfully reached the main road leading to the Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa. He hadn't gone far when he suddenly tripped and almost fell to the ground. He quickly steadied himself and shone the powerful flashlight on his face. Oh! He was so shocked that he almost dropped the flashlight. The thing that had tripped him just now was a person. However, the person's head was wrapped in a black plastic bag, and he was sprawled on the ground with a rifle in his hand. The first update would be at 1 p.m., and the monthly pass would be 600 plus updates. The regular update would be at 6 p.m. The fourth update would be at 8 p.m., and the monthly pass would be 700 plus updates. Thanks to the Marionette's Ball and the God of Wealth's coin bank yesterday. The next time there would be a fourth update would be when the monthly pass would be 900 plus updates. P.S. You can divide the territory of another country with a piece of arbitration. If you're so capable, why don't you go to heaven? I bought a watch last year. Chapter 69. The rain was pouring down, and the night was dark. The wind whipped up the branches, making a loud crashing sound. The road meandered between two mountains. The wind echoed loudly, as if a demon lurking in the abyss was revealing its hideous body step by step. The junior officer was stunned for a moment before he pulled out his pistol. With one hand holding the gun and the other holding a flashlight, he slowly moved towards the man. When he was almost in front of him, he stretched out his leg and kicked the rifle on the ground away. The junior officer kept his eyes on the man lying on the ground with a plastic bag over his head, afraid that he would suddenly get up and try to snatch the gun from him. But the man did not move for a long time. The rain pattered on the man's body and flowed down his back in a zigzag pattern. The junior officer grew bolder and kicked the man with the tip of his foot. Still, the man did not move. The junior officer was finally relieved. He crouched down and tried to pull the plastic bag off the man's head. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not untie the ordinary-looking plastic bag. What the hell? How can a broken plastic bag be so tight? The junior officer muttered. He took out his pocket knife and cut open the plastic bag. Just then, a bolt of lightning struck, followed by a clap of thunder. A man's head, bleeding from all 7 orifices, popped out of the black plastic bag. It was a frightening sight to behold against the dark lightning. "Ah!" The junior officer screamed again and hurriedly stepped back, almost falling on his butt in the mud. "Boss! Boss! Something bad has happened." The junior officer, who had only been on the job for a few years, hurriedly took out his cell phone to report to his boss. But he could not make any calls on his cell phone. He looked at the notification on his cell phone. Damn, there was no cell signal here. The junior officer looked at the main road leading to the resort. It was swaying in the wind and rain, and he could not see the entrance. He looked in the direction he had come from. It was also foggy. He hurriedly got up, stamped his feet, grabbed the rifle that he had kicked away, and ran back to the police station. Not long after, an urgent phone ringing woke the chief of the police station near Doofing Mountain. "What's going on?" The chief rushed over and saw the rifle that the junior officer had dragged back from the mud. His eyes narrowed. "An American race sniper rifle. Where did you find it?" "It's on the main road leading into Doofing Mountain Resort Villa." There was still fear in the young policeman's eyes. He looked at the chief in admiration. "Chief, you recognize this gun?" He only knew that the sheriff was a retired soldier, but he didn't expect him to be proficient in firearms. The sheriff smiled and looked at the sniper rifle, his eyes filled with memories. "Back then, in order to be a sniper in the army, I put a lot of effort into these things. It's a pity that I can't compete with him and didn't get the position." This was a sad matter for the sheriff, so the young officer immediately changed the topic. "Boss, there's a dead man over there with a plastic bag wrapped around his head, and this sniper rifle is next to him." "Ah. There's a sniper rifle next to him, and he was suffocated to death with a plastic bag?" The chief was shocked. "Who has come to our little Doofing Mountain?" The young officer looked at the chief with a dumbfounded expression. He had no idea what the chief was talking about. "Chief, a parent of AC University Law student called tonight, saying that AC University Law student had come to Doofing Mountain Resort Villa for a graduation trip, but his cell phone and internet connection were all disconnected. His family was worried, so they asked us to go and see what was going on. I went to take a look, but before I could get in, I saw this on the road." He pointed at the sniper rifle. "Call Doofing Mountain Resort Villa and find old Duan from their security office." The chief sat down and lit a cigarette to refresh himself. The young officer snapped out of his daze and patted the phone. "The phone at Doofing Mountain Resort Villa was disconnected, and I couldn't make a call on my cell phone either. That's why I went there myself. Before I even got there, I found this, and the dead man." He added, "The dead man is still on the road. The phone was disconnected. And I can't make a call on my cell phone." The chief's expression turned serious. He took a long drag from his cigarette. "Stop talking. Wake everyone up and put on bulletproof vests. We're going into the mountain." The efficiency of the police station was high. 5 minutes later, a squad of police officers with walkie-talkies and bulletproof vests assembled. They put on their raincoats and headed for the mountain road leading to the Doofing Mountain Resort Villa. This time, there were many of them, and they soon arrived at the spot where the young officer had found the sniper rifle and the dead man. The dead man was still lying on the ground, the plastic bag dangling from his neck. It had not been untied. The chief shone his flashlight on the body, then called 2 men over. "Take him back and check his ID. The rest of you, follow me." He took 7 or 8 policemen with him and ran quickly in the rain. Just as they were about to reach the main gate of the Doofing Mountain Resort Villa, something happened. Whoosh! A bullet spun out of the bushes near the villa and struck the young officer leading the way in the chest. The young officer screamed and fell backward. "Get down! Get down!" The chief waved his hand and ordered everyone to get down. He crawled over to the young officer who had been shot and whispered, "Is Damao all right?" They were all wearing bulletproof vests. Being shot in bulletproof vests would only hurt a little, but their lives would not be in danger. The young officer whimpered, "That hurts so much. Your father's at home, all right. You're the only one left to curse him." The chief smacked the young officer on the back, then slowly got up from the ground. He looked around and said, "Keep moving." The young officer who had been shot in the chest pushed himself up from the ground. Just then, another bullet flew out from behind a tree. This time, it hit Damao's helmet. His helmet wasn't bulletproof. This time, he fell on his back again without making a sound. "Chief!" Damao was shot again. Another policeman standing next to the young policeman hurriedly shouted and reached out to support the young policeman's body that had fallen into the mud. The sheriff immediately fired several shots at the place where the second gunshot had come from, shouting, "Kill them all. It's in that direction." On the battlefield, a real sniper's habit was to move from place to place after each shot. Otherwise, if the opponent discovered the trajectory of the bullet, the opponent would immediately bombard the ground with artillery, blowing up everything within a 10-meter radius of the sniper. That was why snipers had another name on the battlefield, cannon fodder, but in the mountains and forests of the Empire, the chief found that this sniper was not a professional at all. The two shots he had fired had come from the same direction. So the police unceremoniously pulled out their guns and returned fire. Although the police's guns were not as high-end as the sniper rifles, there were many of them. The intense gunfire mixed with the sound of the rain quickly suppressed the sniper hiding in the woods. Not long after, they heard a low cry, and the branches behind the trees swayed a few times. They fired again, but there was no more movement. It was the middle of the night, and it was raining heavily. Visibility was too low. And in the blink of an eye, a police officer from the Dufeng Mountain Police Station had died in the line of duty. Coupled with the unidentified man who had died earlier and the sniper who had escaped, the whole incident had become a major case. "Bring Damao back. Immediately ask for backup from the higher-ups and the garrison. Tell them we've got a big case here," the chief said through gritted teeth, wiping the rain off his face. It was hard to tell if it was rain, his sweat, or tears. The second night, the monthly ticket of 600 plus updates. The third night at 6:00, the fourth night at 8:00. The monthly ticket was 700 plus updates. Oh, N_N, oh. Chapter 70. In the general manager's office of the Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa, the leader of the Big Circle Boys, Yang Dawei, looked at his stopwatch and held a walkie-talkie in his hand. As soon as he heard the shouts from his subordinates, his face darkened and he cursed, "Motherf ***. Old 8's been killed. Boss. Boss. The police know something's wrong here." As soon as he finished speaking, a dripping wet man burst through the door, carrying a sniper rifle in one hand and clutching his shoulder with the other. The leather gloves he wore were stained red with blood. It was Old 7, the criminal who had shot at the police on the road leading into the resort. "The police know too." Yang Dawei frowned. "Inform our men to arrest those 3 university students, we're leaving." They had wanted to deal with the situation calmly, but the police had arrived so quickly. If they didn't run, they'd be dead meat. "I'll go right now." Old 3, who had been guarding the general manager's office with Yang Dawei, immediately grabbed his gun and rushed out with his men. As he passed the large conference room, he peeked inside. All the staff in the resort villa had been drugged and were sleeping soundly on the floor of the conference room. The door to the large conference room had been locked from the outside, along with a metal bar. Even if someone woke up, they wouldn't have to worry about them. In Qingfeng Garden, Gu Nianji waited for almost half an hour, but Brotherly still hadn't returned. She was growing more and more anxious by the minute. Mei Xiaoan stood at the window with his arms crossed, looking out at the heavy rain. His eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses were dull and lifeless. Strongman was wearing a raincoat and hiding behind the door of Qingfeng Garden to see what was going on outside. Through the crack in the door, he saw two men with guns hurrying past the main road. His legs went weak with fear. He waited until the two men were far away before running back, panting. He whispered to Mei Xiaoan, "Class rep, two men are heading to Minghua Court. I saw them with guns." "Oh no, are they going to make a move? What should we do? Are we just going to sit here and wait for death?" Little Temptress clutched her head and shook her head frantically. No. I haven't lived long enough. I can't just kick the bucket like this. Of course we can't sit here and wait for death. Gu Nianji, who was also standing in front of the window, turned around. Her eyes were dark as she looked at everyone's faces in the room. Her eyes were large to begin with, and her pupils were especially dark. At this moment, they were like dots of paint, and under the light, they were shockingly bright, as if there were two flames burning in her eyes. Gu Nianji's expression encouraged everyone. "What do you want to do?" Mei Xiaoan looked over, his gaze firmly attracted to her. It was this kind of expression, this kind of appearance, that would always inadvertently enter his heart. Gu Nianji put on the makeshift raincoat that had been prepared in the villa room and looked at the shining palace lanterns overhead. She smiled and said, "I'm going to pull the switch." It was best to fish in troubled waters when it was pitch black. In this way, the opponent would not have much of an advantage, and it would also attract the attention of the other people living in the villa. Gu Nianji didn't believe that the criminals would have the guts to kill everyone in the resort. If they had the guts, they wouldn't have secretly drugged the students of Minghua Court. Everyone in the room was smart and immediately understood what she meant. Mei Xiaoan immediately said, "I'll go, I know where the switch is. You come with me, I'm very familiar with pulling the switch." Gu Nianji winked at Mei Xiaoan. Her palms were sweaty, and she was actually a little excited. She knew where the switch was, but she didn't necessarily know how to pull it. Moreover, the circuit system was much more complicated than before, and the level of protection was also much higher. People without training might not be able to pull the switch in a place as large as Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa in one go. Gu Nianji had lived in the Special Operations Forces base for 2 years, and had watched the group of people train. She had also been itching to try it a few times. Pulling the switch and causing damage was something that the Special Operations Forces people had deliberately teased her and taught her to do, Mei Xiaoan said. "Okay." He also put on a raincoat and rushed into the thick curtain of rain with Gu Nianji. Mei Xiaoan had been to the resort many times, once with the head of the Mei family, and was a VIP of the villa's general manager, President Fu. President Fu had personally taken them on a tour of the resort, and Mei Xiaoan remembered that they had walked past a place that President Fu had introduced to them as the electrical room. The electrical room was the main switch for the entire resort, so they hadn't gone in. Although it had been a year or two, Mei Xiaoan still remembered it like it was yesterday. He followed the direction of his memory and brought Gu Nianji to the electrical room. It was difficult to walk on a rainy night. The two of them held hands as they walked up the steps of the electrical room. The door was tightly shut, and light seeped through the crack. Mei Xiaoan peered through the crack and was shocked. There's no one inside. Normally, there would be people on duty in the electrical room 24 hours a day. Gu Nianji's eyes flashed, and she pushed Mei Xiaoan away. "Let me do it." She held a small, inconspicuous pendant on the key chain in her hand. She covered the keyhole as she inserted the pendant into the lock. This pendant of hers was actually a lock picker. Yin Shixiang had given it to her as a birthday present 1 year. She felt the keyhole in her hand, and gently turned it a few times. The lock clicked open. Mei Xiaoan was stunned. "How did you open it?" "That's my secret." Gu Nianji winked at Mei Xiaoan. Her pretty face was like a rare epiphyllum blooming in the rainy night. She was so alluring that he didn't even dare to blink. He was afraid that such beauty would disappear in a flash and he would never see it again. Mei Xiaowen's head was dizzy and he couldn't think. He could only stare at Gu Nianji's face and listen to her melodious voice. He stood outside the door in a daze to keep watch for her. At that moment, he did whatever Gu Nianji said. He couldn't control himself. Gu Nianji also thought it was strange that Mei Xiaowen was so obedient, but she didn't have time to think about it. She quickly walked inside. There were many switches and switchboards in the electrical room, as well as all kinds of switches. Indeed, if Mei Xiaowen had come alone, he wouldn't have been able to find the main switch. If he pulled it randomly, it would only alert the criminals. Gu Nianji's eyes wandered around the electrical room, and soon locked onto a medium-sized glass frame on the north wall. Judging from the wiring, it should be the main switch. Gu Nianji quickly walked over to take a closer look. The glass frame was locked with a large lock. She observed it carefully and didn't dare to use the lockpick again. The lock seemed to be connected to a wire. This kind of lock couldn't be opened with a lockpick. But the glass frame covering the main switch dashboard didn't have any circuit connections. Gu Nianji looked at it for a while and walked around the electrical room. Finally, she made up her mind and picked up a hammer from the toolbox in the electrical room. She smashed it down hard on the middle of the glass frame. Crash! The glass frame shattered, revealing the main switch dashboard inside. No matter what it wasn't easy to build, but it was easy to destroy. Gu Nianji took out the insulating pen she found in the toolbox and poked at the dashboard. Soon, sparks flew from the dashboard. There were a few crackling sounds. The lights in the electrical room flickered a few times and went out. The extinguishing of the lights in the entire resort was like a ripple effect, spreading out with the electrical room as the center. Third update delivered. Asking for monthly and recommendation votes. Fourth update at 8:00. Monthly 700 plus updates. Oh, !__. Oh. Chapter 71. F***CK. What the hell? Does the resort not want to do business? No cell signal or internet is one thing, but now even the electricity is out. The phones aren't working either, they're trying to kill us. The tourists in the other courtyards finally realized something was wrong. They pointed at the resort's management and cursed. It was raining heavily outside, so no one wanted to come out. They all stayed in their rooms, planning to confront the resort's management as soon as the rain stopped. In the general manager's office of the resort's management, the bright lights suddenly flickered twice, then went out with a hiss. Yang Dawei, the leader of the Big Circle Boys, was sitting in his chair, spinning in circles. He looked up at the chandelier on the ceiling. What's going on? Is there a power outage? Boss, I'll go take a look. Another henchman walked out with a gun. Yang Dawei was uneasy, his right eye twitching uncontrollably. Left eye twitching for wealth, right eye twitching for disaster. Why was his right eye twitching now? Yang Dawei punched his right eye hard. In Qingfeng Garden, everyone had already been notified by Mei Xiaowen that something had happened at the resort. They also knew that the students from Class 2 living in Mingyue Court had been drugged. They didn't even dare breathe, and hid in their rooms obediently. They wanted nothing more than to move their beds over to block the door. When the lights in the rooms suddenly went out, they, who were already frightened by the mere twang of a bowstring, could not help but be surprised and agitated. Strong men quickly went from room to comfort them. It's okay, class rep was the one who pulled the switch. No electricity is a good thing for us. We don't have cell phones or internet anyway, so we might as well go back to the Stone Age and stop using electricity. Little Temptress, Green Tea Fong, and Lady Chow stood together, nervously staring in the direction of the door, waiting for the girls to return. The two gangsters who had just arrived at Minghua Court were the most shocked. What the hell? What the hell? Why did the lights go out? They had photos of their targets in their hands, and were rummaging through the rooms of Minghua Court. The students from Class 2 had all been drugged and were lying on the floor. They had to turn them over one by one to see their faces. They had just finished searching one room when the lights suddenly went out. He walked out and saw that all the lights in the resort were gone. Although it was raining earlier, there were still lights. The courtyards of the resort villa scattered among the mountains were originally like pearls that had been washed by water, shining in the rain. But now, there was no light in the entire villa. It was pitch black everywhere. It really felt like a dark and windy night. The two big circle boys had no choice but to turn on their flashlights and continue searching room by room. Gu Nianji and Mei Xiaoan held hands as they staggered out of the electrical room and rushed back to Qingfeng Garden. It was a dark and rainy night, and there were no streetlights around. The two of them did not dare to turn on their flashlights, so they could only rely on their instincts to run in the direction of Qingfeng Garden. Mei Xiaoan had a good sense of direction and pulled Gu Nianji around in the dark for a while. Her eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness. Gu Nianji quickly saw a familiar road sign. Over there. When they returned to Qingfeng Garden, Strongman sneakily caught up to them and said, "There's a flashlight over at Minghua Court. I wonder what they're doing." Gu Nianji recalled Strongman saying that the two thugs had guns and looked menacing. Her heart pounded. She bit her lip and looked at Mei Xiaoan. "How about I go see what they're doing?" "No." Mei Xiaoan flatly refused. "Those two have guns. If you go, you'll be a lamb walking into a tiger's den." Gu Nianji thought to herself, who's the lamb and who's the tiger? Of course, she did not refute Mei Xiaoan in front of everyone. She only asked worriedly, "What if they find out we changed rooms and come looking for us?" Everyone panicked. "No way. What do you think?" Gu Nianji walked to her bed and took out her swimsuit that looked like a diving suit. "I'll go over to Little Mirror Lake." "Is that okay?" "Little Mirror Lake." Mei Xiaoan frowned. "You want to swim there?" "Yes, I swam there once yesterday. I'm more familiar with the water." Gu Nianji had already gone to the bathroom to change. Mei Xiaoan did not say anything else. He quietly went back to his room to change into swimming trunks and went into the water with Gu Nianji. Late at night in Sea City, several prominent families were woken up by a phone call almost at the same time. "The Mei family. Your son is in danger at Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa. Hurry up and think of a way to save him." "The Chow family. Your daughter is in trouble at Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa. Hurry up and think of a way to save her, or it'll be too late." Several other calls were made to other cities, including the imperial capital, B City. The parents of these families would rather believe it was true and immediately called their own children. However, neither their cell phones nor the landline at Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa went through. Their messages to their instant messaging apps went unanswered. Their requests for FaceTime also went unanswered. Had something really gone wrong? These families all thought of the Sea City Police headquarters at the same time. As soon as they called, they learned from their contacts at the police station that the police station near Dufeng Mountain had just called HQ for emergency assistance, saying that there had been a major criminal case of armed murder at Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa. Not only did the criminals have guns, but they had more than one. Hearing this news, those parents who couldn't fall asleep even more. They strongly requested to go to Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa with them. They would not be able to sleep peacefully until they saw their children walk out of the villa in one piece. The family's social status aside, the criminals had already killed a police officer. Assaulting a police officer was a felony. HQ took this matter very seriously and immediately dispatched their most capable deputy chief, along with the special task force and 100 riot police officers. They rushed to Dufing Mountain that very night. It was raining all the way from Sea City to Dufing Mountain Resort Villa. In order to get to the scene quickly, HQ closed off the highway and let the special task force go first. They were all good snipers in the police force and were especially capable of dealing with such a vicious armed murder case. The deputy chief of HQ took a helicopter to Dufing Mountain. In the pitch-black rainy night, a long line of police cars with sirens blaring and lights flashing on the highway headed towards Dufing Mountain Resort Villa. A helicopter flew across the night sky, braving the heavy rain as it flew towards the airport near Dufing Mountain. At the Sea City Special Operations Forces base, Zhao Liangze and Yin Shixiang stood stiffly in front of Hua Xiaoheng. Their faces were pale as they said, "Sir, Little Li is in danger. Gu Nianji is in danger." Hua Xiaoheng sat behind his desk and clasped his hands together. He slowly raised his head. His handsome face was still expressionless, but his tone was unusually cold. What happened? Fourth monthly pass delivered at 700 plus updates. Requesting monthly and recommendation votes. Good night, dear friends. Chapter 72. Hua Xiaoheng's gaze was chilling. Zhao Liangze used all his strength to keep his legs from turning to jelly, but he was afraid that if he opened his mouth, he would be tongue-tied. He could only look at Yin Shixiang and say slowly, "Big Xiong, go ahead." Yin Shixiang had always been a smooth talker, but standing in front of Hua Xiaoheng and facing his chief's powerful aura, Yin Shixiang couldn't utter a single tactful word. He could only be direct and tell the truth. "Chief, Nianji is in danger on her graduation trip to Dufing Mountain Resort Villa. She is currently uncontactable along with Special Operations Forces member Little Li." Yin Shixiang stood ramrod straight, his hands pressed against the seam of his pants as he spoke loudly with his head held high. Hua Xiaoheng stood up and slowly folded his hands behind his back. His ink-black eyes were like an abyss that seemed bottomless. However, there was a trace of intensity in the center of his eyes, like a lonely flame burning in the night sky. Anyone who approached him would be burned to ashes by the flames. He quietly stared ahead for a while, then reached out to turn on the computer on his desk. His fingers tapped on the keyboard, and his voice was low. "Activate satellite tracking." Zhao Liangze's eyes lit up. His mood, which had been stifled for half an hour, suddenly felt better. He screamed, "How could I forget that? Chief, please authorize Lieutenant Colonel Zhao Liangze to activate Special Satellite 2. Hua Xiaoheng nodded without looking at him. He had already turned on Special Satellite 2's tracking system on the computer. Zhao Liangze turned and ran out of Hua Xiaoheng's office. He rushed into the innermost room in the computer room and sat in front of the large central control computer. He blew on his hands and quickly entered a series of passwords. He then verified his fingerprint and pupils, and finally generated a random temporary password. In Hua Xiaoheng's office, Yin Shixiang didn't dare move. He stood stiffly in front of Hua Xiaoheng's desk. Beads of sweat gradually seeped out of his forehead and rolled down his hairline to his collar, merging with the sweat on his back. Hua Xiaoheng bent over and skillfully operated his computer to activate a secret program. 5 minutes later, above the blue planet at an altitude of 30,000 kilometers, a satellite named Special Satellite 2 completed its orbit change and aimed at the location indicated by the program. In Qingfeng Garden at the Dufing Mountain Resort Center, the exquisite platinum lilac earrings on Gu Nianji's earlobes suddenly flashed with a faint white light. In the pitch-black room, the light looked like a firefly flying by. "Found it!" Zhao Liangze cheered from the computer room. "We found Nianji and Little Li's locations. Number 9 is at Dufing Mountain Resort Villa. Something's not right. Xiao Li's position seems to have already left the villa. Zhao Liang's fingers continuously entered various commands on the computer and performed complex calculations to ensure that Gu Nianji and Xiao Li's positions were accurate to the meter. In Hua Xiaoheng's study, he operated the computer program and commanded everyone to work together to aim special satellite 2 at the target. At the same time, he listened to Yin Shixiang's detailed explanation of what had happened. Their classmates wanted to go on a graduation trip to Dufeng Mountain Resort. I'd investigated the place beforehand, and I was convinced that it was a good place, so I agreed. Little Li also went. I didn't expect. Yin Shixiang murmured as he slowly lowered his head. Chief, please punish me. Although no one had told him the details, Yin Shixiang knew that Gu Nianji had just been in danger 2 months ago, and it was Chen Lai who had rescued her. Yin Shixiang had no prior knowledge of this. Now that something like this had happened, it was truly his dereliction of duty. Hua Xiaoheng looked up, his dark eyes reflecting Yin Shixiang's dejected expression. Big Xiong, you're my soldier. Don't say things like I didn't expect. There's no chance for you to say, I didn't expect during a war. Because those who had such thoughts had already died on the battlefield. Yin Shixiang lowered his head even more. Deep in his heart, he knew the reason. At the end of the day, he hadn't treated taking care of Gu Nianji as a military mission, so it was inevitable that he had missed something. You will definitely be punished, but this matter isn't over yet. Whether you can atone for your crimes or be demoted all the way to the bottom depends on your luck. Get out. Hua Xiaoheng didn't even look at Yin Shixiang as he spoke coolly. Yes, Chief. Yin Shixiang stood on both feet and saluted loudly before turning to run out. As soon as he left, he immediately contacted the Sea City branch of the Special Operations Forces and asked, "What's the situation at Dufeng Mountain?" The person quickly replied respectfully, reporting, "Lieutenant Colonel. The police HQ has already dispatched a special task force and 100 riot police officers, led by Deputy Director Liu, with the full support of the entire police force. Oh, and they've also sent a helicopter over. Also, they've contacted the local garrison special task force, just in case." Yin Shixiang asked in detail for a long time before hanging up. Even the garrison special task force was on standby. The situation at Dufeng Mountain was worse than he had expected. Yin Shixiang couldn't care less about his own honor and safety at this time. He rushed to Hua Xiaoheng's study and asked loudly, reporting, "Chief. Special Operations Forces Lieutenant Colonel Yin Shixiang requests support from the Dufeng Mountain Police Station." Hua Xiaoheng slowly looked up, his eyes sweeping over Yin Shixiang's face. It seemed that the situation was worse than he had expected. Hua Xiaoheng had the same thought as Yin Shixiang. He turned off his computer and straightened up. "Get someone to prepare a car and bring little Zay. I'm going to." "What?" Yin Shixiang became even more nervous. "Chief, you can't go. It's too dangerous there. We don't know the number of criminals, and we don't know the terrain." "Chief." Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything. He only looked up at him. That one look was enough to shut Yin Shixiang up. He stood at attention and saluted. "Yes, sir. I'll go prepare immediately." Hua Xiaoheng walked to his bedroom alone, opened his closet, and changed into a custom-made military uniform. He wore knee-high boots, a bulletproof knee pad, and special bulletproof vests on his torso and legs. Even the helmet on his head was bulletproof. He strapped 2 Browning pistols to his waist and half-raised the American-made 16A semi-automatic submachine gun in his hands. He walked out calmly. Hua Xiaoheng was a major general. When he went out, he always brought at least 8 guards with him. However, because he was in charge of the Special Operations Forces, which was completely different from the field army, he needed to maintain secrecy and not intimidate the public. Therefore, this time, he only brought Fan Jian, a guard who doubled as his driver. Yin Shixiang sat in the front as usual, while Zhao Liangze and Hu Xiaoheng sat in the back with a pile of electronic equipment. They were driving a Humvee. What license plate? Fan Jian started the car with his right hand and opened the door with his left to reveal a mess of license plates. They could be used and changed at any time. Use the local garrison's license plate. Yin Shixiang looked at Hu Xiaoheng and saw that he had closed his eyes. He knew that Hu Xiaoheng had no objections. This was the first update. At 1 p.m., the second update for the Spirit Pet Fate awarded by the leader of the Smiling Light Veil Alliance. At 6 p.m., the third update. Please ask for monthly and recommendation votes. N_N. Chapter 73. Gu Nianji and Mei Xiaoan had just arrived at Little Mirror Lake and were swimming quickly towards Minghua Court from Qingfeng Garden as they climbed the steps to the back door of Minghua Court. Climbing the steps to the back door of Minghua Court, Gu Nianji and Mei Xiaoan poked their heads into the courtyard to see where there was light. The two big circle boys searched the 6 rooms with flashlights, sweating profusely, but still couldn't find the 3 students they were looking for. What the hell? Aren't they here? As soon as they finished speaking, their eyes darted in the direction of Qingfeng Garden. If they weren't here, then they could only be at Qingfeng Garden. This time, there were 2 classes. The 2 men grinned and immediately took out their walkie-talkies to report to their leader, Yang Dawei, boss. They're not here. Gu Nianji's heart sank. She cursed inwardly and quickly dragged Mei Xiaoan back. Finally, they made it back to Qingfeng Garden before the 2 thugs could reach them. Gu Nianji anxiously advised everyone, "We can't stay here, they can't find us at Minghua Court, they'll be here soon. There's only 2 of them, we have more than 20 people, what are we afraid of?" One of the boys slammed his fist on the table. In the darkness, Gu Nianji's eyes shone like stars. She said calmly, "It's not that we're afraid of them, it's just that we don't want to make unnecessary sacrifices. They have guns, that alone is enough to make us retreat, we can't fight them head-on." Nianji has a point. Mei Xiaoan was the first to agree, "We don't have any weapons, we can't fight them head-on. If they had knives, we might have a chance to win if we attacked them together. But they have well-equipped rifles, are we going to fight them with our own bodies?" Gu Nianji gripped her phone in her hand. "I plan to go into the water and swim to the other side of Little Mirror Lake." "Oh. But I don't know how to swim." 4 or 5 boys and girls among the students cried out. Gu Nianji turned to look at Mei Xiaoan, "Class rep, let's split up. Those who can swim will take those who can't, and we'll go into the water immediately, we can't delay any longer." The nightmarish situation from earlier flashed through Mei Xiaoan's mind, and he made a prompt decision, "Get in the water now. If you delay any longer, you will have to bear the consequences." Gu Nianji grabbed the nearest girl who didn't know how to swim. "Come with me." When the students behind her saw that Gu Nianji, the youngest among them, was leading a classmate who didn't know how to swim, their courage multiplied. They found helpers in 2s and 3s and walked silently to the balcony at the back door of Qingfeng Garden. They entered the water from the stairs. The rain was still pouring outside, hitting the surface of Little Mirror Lake noisily like pearls falling on a jade plate, perfectly covering the sound they made when they entered the water. Just as the last student of Class 1 disappeared from the balcony at the back door of Qingfeng Garden, a loud bang came from the front gate. "They're here," the same thought popped up in the minds of the students. Gu Nianji hugged the female classmate from behind and whispered, "Don't be nervous. Don't pull me. I won't let you go." The female student was so touched that she said repeatedly, "I know. I know. I won't drag you down." Gu Nianji's swimming ability was extraordinary. The other students had 2 boys carrying a classmate who couldn't swim. Gu Nianji carried the girl by herself and treaded the water. She was faster than the students who swam alone. Everyone automatically regarded Gu Nianji as the leader and followed her to the other side of Little Mirror Lake. Little Mirror Lake was very large, almost 2 kilometers in diameter. It was not easy to cross the entire lake. But if they didn't swim forward, they would die. Therefore, everyone performed at a level they normally couldn't reach, and swam steadily and quickly. Fortunately, Gu Nianji had destroyed the main power switch of the entire villa. Now the entire villa was so dark that they couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. With the wind and rain, no one noticed the slightest movement in Little Mirror Lake. Inside Qingfeng Garden, 2 big circle boys kicked open the main door and rushed in with rifles and flashlights. They thought they would see the same scene in Minghua Court as they had seen in Minghua Court, with university students fainting everywhere. In the end, they searched all 6 rooms and couldn't find a single student. Motherf ****. Where the hell did they go? Don't tell me they can fly. One of the big circle boys slammed the butt of his rifle on the door angrily. The other big circle boy was calmer. He looked around and said, "Looks like there's a master among them. He's already escaped with them." Escaped? It's raining heavily outside, where can they go? And it's not just 1 or 2, it's more than 20 people. Tell me, how did they escape? How would I know? Look, their luggage is still here, maybe they're hiding somewhere. The calmer big circle boy shone his flashlight around Qingfeng Garden. Should we ask the people here if there are any hidden doors or secret rooms in these rooms? You call the boss. I don't dare. The hot-tempered big circle boy sniffed and said angrily, "He just scolded me like a dog." The calmer big circle boy thought for a moment and picked up the walkie-talkie. His voice immediately sounded very sincere. "Boss, we have a bit of a problem." "Speak." Yang Dawei's exasperated voice came through the walkie-talkie. "Tell me what problem you have." "There's no one in Qingfeng Garden." "Boss, do you want to ask the general manager of the villa if there are any secret rooms or hidden doors in the courtyard?" "We suspect they're hiding." Yang Dawei sat in the pitch-black general manager's office, looking out the window at the storm. He was furious. "Bring me the general manager." One of the big circle boys rushed to the storeroom and dragged out the exhausted Mr. Fu. "Tell me, are there any hidden doors or secret rooms in Qingfeng Garden?" Yang Dawei pointed the barrel of his gun at Mr. Fu's throat. Mr. Fu's heart constricted in fear. He couldn't breathe and fainted. Soon, a faint stench and a pungent stench filled the room. One of the big circle boys kicked the unconscious Mr. Fu. He pissed his pants. Yang Dawei slapped Mr. Fu hard in the face. He stood up with his gun in hand and said with a dark look in his eyes, "Let's go. Bring the guns and go to Qingfeng Garden." There were only 5 of them left, and they rushed out together with their guns. When they arrived at Qingfeng Garden, they searched inside and out but couldn't find any hidden doors or secret rooms. Yang Dawei walked to the back door of Qingfeng Garden with his gun in hand. He squinted at the drizzling Little Mirror Lake and spat out the words through gritted teeth. "You're ruthless enough. I'll hit you." As he said that, he raised his gun and fired at the Little Mirror Lake indiscriminately. Spirit Pet Fate reward for the Smiling Light Veil Alliance's second update has arrived. Reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 6:00 in the evening. Chapter 74. The sound of gunfire reverberated across Little Mirror Lake. The bullets whizzed through the wind and rain, whistling fiercely and echoing in the mountains for a long time. The other tourists at the Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa heard the sound and thought at first that someone was setting off fireworks. Then they remembered it was raining heavily outside. How could it be fireworks? Then someone thought it might be gunfire. Everyone was even more afraid, but no one dared to run out. Almost everyone silently reinforced the gates of their own courtyards. Strangers abandoned their wariness of each other and worked together to save their own lives. The wind and rain on Little Mirror Lake grew stronger, and visibility was almost zero. Those with a poorer sense of direction could only swim in circles in the lake until they were exhausted and unable to reach the shore. This was one of the reasons the Big Circle boys had not given chase. If it hadn't been for Gu Nianji, all of them would have died. Gu Nianji had always had a strong sense of direction. Although she couldn't remember the way home, she could still tell north from south on the stormy surface of Little Mirror Lake. She had swum the Little Mirror Lake twice since yesterday. This was her third time. She looked up from the water, one arm wrapped around her classmate's waist. She lifted the hand holding the phone and wiped the rainwater off her face with the back of her hand. It wasn't difficult for her to figure out the direction of Little Mirror Lake because it was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and had a good point of reference. All she had to do was stare at the general shape of the mountains on the opposite side of Little Mirror Lake to know which way she was swimming. Fortunately, Gu Nianji and the others had already swum out of range of the sniper rifle when Yang Dawei and the others fired into Little Mirror Lake. But hearing the gunshots behind them still scared them so much they almost sank to the bottom. A few of them almost cramped up. They know we're in the water, everyone had the same thought in their minds. They couldn't help but lower their heads and swim even faster. Gu Nianji deliberately fell back from the front, and urged everyone to go faster, 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 we're not looking anymore. Just grab President Fu and the university students from Minghua Court and take them with us. Yang Dawei, who was standing on the balcony at the back door of Qingfeng Garden, ordered decisively, the police should be here soon. If we can get out of this unscathed, I must find out what went wrong. Go! Everyone quickly rushed out of Qingfeng Garden and split into 2 groups. One group went to catch Chief Fu, while the other returned to Minghua Court. The weather was bad, and they might not be able to see the direction in the water. Furthermore, their advantage was the guns in their hands, so they didn't want to go into the water to chase after the C University law students who had already escaped. Once they entered the water, their advantage would be gone. Left with no choice, they could only settle for the next best thing. They took a few fainted students from President Fu's class as hostages. They returned to Minghua Court and picked out a few of the unconscious university students. They picked out a few well-dressed men and carried them into their black SUV. The wind gradually died down, but the rain did not lessen. The black SUV roared and drove to the front of the management building of the villa. 2 men dragged Mr. Fu, who was tied up, out of the room. They got in the car and drove to the main road out of the villa. There was almost no traffic on the road. They were burning with anxiety and couldn't wait to leave this place as soon as possible. Sang! Boom! The Big Circle boys who were driving suddenly saw a huge bump on the road ahead. They quickly turned the steering wheel to go around it. However, the black SUV's wheels hit something and suddenly skidded. The Big Circle boys, who had been holding the steering wheel, were slumped over the steering wheel. The black SUV was finally brought under control. It spun 90 degrees on the main road and crashed into a tree on the side of the road with a bang. White smoke billowed from the front of the car. The engine sputtered a few times, and the sturdy-looking SUV was destroyed. ****. We crashed. The grumpy Big Circle boy got out of the car, cursing. He lifted the hood of the SUV to take a look. The engine was a charred mess and there was no way to fix it. "Big brother, get out, the car's on fire." He yelled into the car. A few Big Circle boys got out of the car and walked over to his side to take a look. One look at the engine and they knew that it would be impossible to start the car again. ****. This is so uncanny. What the hell is going on? The grumpy Big Circle boy kicked the car door open and went in to take the hostages out. "The car's gone, do we have to walk?" He looked up at Yang Dawei. Yang Dawei's expression was very serious. He raised his hand to stop the others from talking. He leaned sideways and listened. Oh no, someone's coming. There's a lot of them. As soon as Yang Dawei finished speaking, the sirens of the police cars in front of them grew louder. They were rapidly approaching them. What are you listening for? Madhav *Ker, I can see the police lights. One of the big circle boys muttered. He picked up a fainted college girl and slung her over his shoulder. He turned to Yang Dawei and asked, Big brother, how do we go? The road ahead was impassable. A large number of police cars were quickly closing in. Go up the mountain. Yang Dawei had just considered this possibility when there was a rustling in the woods, followed by the barking of a dog. Police dogs. They have police dogs. The timid big circle boy immediately hid behind Yang Dawei. Big brother, we can't go up the mountain. We can't outrun the police dogs on the mountain. We can't go up the mountain. Yang Dawei waved his hand. Let's go back to Mingyue Court at the resort. The 7 big circle boys carried the 4 fainted college students and the resort's general manager. They immediately ran back the way they had come. After walking for a while, an unprepossessing young man walked out of the forest on the side of the road. His head and face were covered in blood, and half of his face was swollen. One of his arms was hanging at a strange angle. It was probably broken. He sat on the side of the road and spat on the ground. I don't have a gun, but I can suffocate you with a plastic bag. This plain-looking young man was the big brotherly that Gu Nianji recognized. He looked up at the exit of the resort road, anxiously hoping for reinforcements to arrive. He had been hiding in the woods and hadn't dared make a sound. He was covered in injuries and his arm was broken. He couldn't fight 7 people alone. Now that the criminals had turned back, Gu Nianji and the others were in even greater danger. He could only hope that Zhao Liangze and Yin Shixiang would arrive as soon as possible. Not long after, he heard the rumbling sound of a helicopter overhead. He looked up and squinted to see that it was a police helicopter, not one from the Special Operations Forces. The sound of the police dogs was also getting closer. It sounded like they were coming with a lot of force. Little wanted to go up to them, but the gunshot wound on his arm was bleeding more and more. His head was getting heavier and heavier. The heavy rain seemed to have turned into a whirlpool. He blacked out and fell into a ditch on the side of the road. The third watch arrived. Reminders for monthly and recommendation votes. Good night, everyone. Chapter 75. Suddenly, in the middle of the rainy night, the road from the highway junction to the Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa was filled with many different sounds. Dozens of police cars opened the way, whistling their ear-piercing sirens and flashing their bright lights as they sped towards the entrance of the villa. 2 helicopters circled in the night sky, casting down powerful funnel-shaped searchlights that crisscrossed over the pitch-black resort villa. Boss! Boss! Why are there helicopters here? Boss! So many cops. I think they're SWAT. 2 big circle boys, who were hiding in the bushes at the entrance of the villa, anxiously contacted Yang Dawei through their walkie-talkies. What's the panic? Yang Dawei was a tough bandit after all, he wasn't the least bit afraid. He roared, we have so many hostages in our hands, they won't dare come for real. Besides, it's not like we've never killed cops before. Show them what we're made of. The 2 big circle boys immediately raised their guns and aimed at the 2 police officers who were running towards them with the police dogs. Bang! 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 3 shots rang out. 1 police officer was shot in the arm, and 1 police dog was crippled. Over there. The police officers heard the gunshots. Someone immediately carried the injured officer and the police dog away, while the other officers raised their guns and fired at the bushes. But the two big circle boys who had been hiding in the bushes by the road had already left. Search the place. The chief of the Dufing Mountain Police Station was the first to rush into the villa, brandishing his gun angrily. Their young officer, De Mao, had been killed in the line of duty. The other officers were holding their breaths, determined to avenge their colleague. The city police officers didn't run after them, they had to follow Deputy Commissioner Liu's instructions. You team of 20, head east and look for the tourists who live in the east side of the villa. You team of 20, look for all the tourists who live in the west side of the villa. SWAT team, go after the criminal sniper. Deputy Commissioner Liu of the C City Police Headquarters methodically assigned the search tasks to his squad of riot police officers. The city police SWAT team wore balaclavas and bulletproof vests, and carried sniper rifles as they chased in the direction where the gunshots had disappeared. Half an hour later, Qingfeng Garden and Mingyue Court were the only places in the villa that had been searched. These two places were obviously occupied by the criminals, because the police officers were under heavy fire here. Dozens of police officers were hit in the legs or arms and had to be carried away. The Dufing Mountain Police Station suffered the most serious injuries, because they were running at the front. Fortunately, they were all wearing bulletproof vests, so there were no fatal injuries. Chief. Other than the tourists from Qingfeng Garden and Mingyue Court, all the other tourists are out. Take them back to the police station and verify their identities one by one, Deputy Commissioner Liu said solemnly. What about the management of the villa? They're all in the management building's conference room. They've all fainted. At this time, Deputy Commissioner Liu was sitting in a helicopter in mid-air and using a walkie-talkie to command the battle. When he heard the report, he rubbed his temples and said in a deep voice, "Surround those two places." Sitting in the helicopter, he looked down at the situation in the resort and understood the situation at a glance. The police received orders to surround Qingfeng Garden and Mingyue Court in the heavy rain. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Suddenly, the sound of submachine gun fire came from the bamboo forest on either side of the winding path in front of Mingyue Court. The police officers who had just rushed up immediately fell in a pool of blood. Although their bulletproof vests could protect their vital parts, they couldn't protect their arms and legs. Several police officers even had their heads blown off and died on the path in front of Mingyue Court. There was not much resistance at Qingfeng Garden. Some of the police officers successfully broke in, but found no one in the house, only a lot of backpacks and luggage scattered around the rooms. Where did the people go? The police officers searched for a while, but found no trace of them. They received orders to reinforce Mingyue Court, so they had no choice but to seal the door and retreat. The battle at Mingyue Court was unexpected. The criminals put up a stubborn resistance, holding a large number of hostages and refusing to surrender. Taking advantage of the terrain and heavy firepower, they beat more than 100 police officers until they could barely lift their heads. More and more police officers were injured, and even one of the SWAT officers had been killed. Unable to continue the attack, they had no choice but to ask for help from Deputy Commissioner Liu, who was commanding the battle from the helicopter in mid-air. Deputy Commissioner Liu. The criminals' firepower is too strong. We can't break in. Half of our men are already injured. Deputy Commissioner Liu, they have heavy weapons. Deputy Commissioner Liu was stunned. Heavy weapons? What kind of heavy weapons? How is that possible? It's probably a semi-automatic submachine gun, and they have plenty of bullets. The Dufing Mountain Sub-Bureau Sergeant, who was a retired soldier, took the walkie-talkie and spoke to Deputy Commissioner Liu, who was in mid-air. Deputy Commissioner Liu, please make a decision as soon as possible to avoid more casualties. Deputy Commissioner Liu spoke to a few of his confidants on the ground, and his heart sank when he understood the full situation. He had never imagined that these criminals were no ordinary criminals, and that their weapons were no ordinary weapons. The criminals are concentrated in Qingfeng Garden and Mingyue Court. They have heavy weapons. Requesting reinforcements. Requesting reinforcements. Requesting reinforcements. Deputy Commissioner Liu had no choice but to call the military officer's walkie-talkie. The military officer on standby was shocked. The criminals have heavy weapons. Where did they come from? Guns were banned in the Empire, and civilians could only play with their guns. Pistols and sniper rifles occasionally appeared on the black market, but heavy weapons, such as submachine guns and semi-automatic rifles, were rarely seen even on the black market. Moreover, these things consumed the most bullets. Given the Empire's strict control over bullets, even if they were lucky enough to get their hands on a semi-automatic rifle, it would only take a few rounds of bullets to finish it off. I know it sounds ridiculous, but it's the truth. I've already lost more than a dozen officers to them. Deputy Commissioner Liu said anxiously. There are also more than 20 university law graduates in Minghua Court. They're all elites. They're all hostages. Their lives are precious. I hope the military can send reinforcements as soon as possible. Just as the Sea City Police temporarily halted their attack and Deputy Commissioner Liu requested reinforcements from the military, two big circle boys sneaked out of Minghua Court under the cover of the night. They took a few landmines and buried them in the grass and the winding path in front of Minghua Court. They had planned to take these things abroad to use in their territory, but the police had arrived too quickly, and they didn't have time to escape. Boss, stay in the house and guard these hostages. We'll go out and set up an ambush. Boss, you can ask the police to give us money and a plane to get us out of the country. Warrior number 2 of the Big Circle Boys discussed with Yang Dawei and decided to use the hostages to threaten the police. Yang Dawei patted the man on the shoulder. Good brother. Let's get out of the country together. Follow me. Warrior number 2 led them out the door and found the best sniping position to set up an ambush. The 5 Big Circle Boys hid around Minghua Court. It had been raining for half the night. The water level of Little Mirror Lake had risen by almost an inch and was about to overflow the shore. The 20C University Law students from Class 1, Year 4, finally swam ashore. Gu Nianji hugged her classmate's waist as they bobbed up and down in the lake. Her feet gradually touched the soft mud at the bottom of the lake, but her strength was at the end of her tether. She had just pushed her classmate ashore when she fell head first into the water. This was the first update. At 1 p.m., there was the first update of Spirit Pet Affinity rewarded by the leader of Little Circle Fish. At 6 p.m., the third update. A reminder of the monthly and recommendation tickets. The monthly ticket would reach 900 today, and the fourth update would be sent tomorrow. The monthly ticket would reach 1,100 tomorrow, and the fourth update would be sent the day after. And so on. Chapter 76. Nianji. Nianji. The girl who Gu Nianji had carried across the entire Little Mirror Lake was shocked. She screamed Gu Nianji's name in terror, but didn't dare bend down to return to the water. She and Gu Nianji were the last to reach the shore. The first to reach the shore heard her scream and quickly ran over. Mei Xiaowen, who had been waiting anxiously on the shore, ran the fastest. He dashed to the shallow shore and bent down to scoop Gu Nianji out of the water. He carried her across his chest and walked out of the water step by step. Little Four. Little Four. Are you okay? Don't scare us. Little Temptress was on the verge of tears. She rushed over and took Gu Nianji from Mei Xiaowen's arms. Green Tea Fong and Lady Chow also rushed over to help. Together, they carried the unconscious Gu Nianji to the only long stone bench in the straw hut by the shore. Lady Chow sat on the end of the bench and placed Gu Nianji's head on her lap. She reached out to feel her breath and sighed in relief. She's still breathing, she's probably just tired. The girl Gu Nianji had rescued covered her mouth. She was both happy and scared as she cried. These people had been pampered young masters and mistresses since they were young. This was the first time in their lives that they'd been so exhausted from running for their lives. They had just escaped death, and were silent for a while. They huddled in the straw hut by the lake, sheltering from the rain and praying that someone would come to rescue them soon. They heard the gunshots from across the lake and saw the helicopter circling in the night sky, but they didn't dare call out. Who knew how many criminals there were? Where were they hiding? They had finally escaped the fate of being kidnapped as hostages. They didn't want to attract the wolf instead of their savior. The girl hugged her knees at the door of the straw hut. Her quiet sobs gradually infected everyone. Their eyes reddened, but they could only wipe the tears with the back of their hands. Mei Xiaoan half knelt in front of the stone bench and buried his face in Gu Nianji's hand. Tears flowed from his eyes and wetted Gu Nianji's palm. Gu Nianji's fingers moved and she murmured. Uncle Hua. Mei Xiaoan heard her and looked up at her in surprise. Nianji. Nianji. Are you awake? Gu Nianji opened her eyes to see Mei Xiaoan's concerned expression. Nianji, you fainted before reaching the shore and almost drowned. It was class rep who saved you. Little Temptress said with concern, not forgetting to help Mei Xiaoan make a good impression on Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji remembered a pair of strong arms lifting her from the water. She stared at Mei Xiaoan, her eyes gradually softening. Nothing touched her lonely heart so much as helping her. Gu Nianji looked at him and smiled. She said quietly, I'm fine, just a little tired. Don't worry. If you're tired, then don't talk. Lie down properly. Lady Chao smoothed her tangled seaweed-like hair, making it more comfortable for her to lie down. Gu Nianji grunted and closed her eyes. She was indeed very tired and needed a good rest. At that moment, Hua Xiaoheng's Humvee had just gotten off the highway. In front of them were the military vehicles of the local garrison that had come to reinforce them. After the military vehicles entered, Fan Jian drove the Humvee onto the mountain road. Zhao Liangzi, who had been constantly searching for traces on the electronic devices, suddenly looked up and pointed in a direction. Little Li should be nearby. He's very close. Hua Xiaoheng was silent for a second, then turned to look out the window. The night was thick, and the heavy rain left streaks on the windows. The world outside was blurry and unclear. The military vehicle was eerily quiet. Everyone was wondering what Hua Xiao would choose. Would he stop and save Little Li first, or ignore him and go straight to Gu Nianji? After all, in terms of importance, Gu Nianji was more important than Little Li, right? Stop the car and find Little Li. Hua Xiaoheng nodded calmly and discreetly adjusted his uniform. Fan Jian glanced at Yin Shixiang and silently stepped on the brakes. Zhao Liangzi also looked up at Hua Xiaoheng, but couldn't see anything different from his impassive face. Yin Shixiang didn't dare look at Hua Xiaoheng's face. He knew how important Gu Nianji was to Hua Xiaoheng, but the chief still decided to save his own soldiers first. Yin Shixiang had mixed feelings and felt even more guilty. As soon as the car stopped, he was the first to open the door and rush out into the rain. Yin Shixiang's Bluetooth headset also had an instant messaging function. Zhao Liangzi's voice came from the headset, constantly pointing out Little Li's location. The detector in Yin Shixiang's hand quickly beeped, and it only took 5 seconds to find Little Li lying in a ditch by the road. Little Li. Yin Shixiang patted his face and felt that his face was still warm, and he could still faintly breathe. He was finally relieved. He carried Little Li out of the ditch, carried him on his shoulder, and returned to the military vehicle. The interior of the Humvee was very spacious. There were 3 rows of seats, and there were spare seats in the back compartment. If they were put together, there would be 4 rows of seats, which could seat 12 people. Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangzi sat in the 3rd row. The 2nd row was empty. Yin Shixiang helped the unconscious Little Li into the Humvee, and Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangzi moved to the 2nd row. They put down the seats in the 3rd row and turned it into a makeshift camp bed. Little Li lay on the makeshift camp bed, motionless and barely breathing. Take the first aid kit. Fan Jian turned around and tossed the first aid kit to Yin Shixiang as he stepped on the gas pedal to continue driving forward. Yin Shixiang found the needles and medicine from the first aid kit and quickly cleaned and bandaged little Li's wound. He injected an antipyretic and anti-inflammatory shot, and even fixed little Li's fractured arm. He used temporary plywood to tie it up. Every member of the Special Operations Forces had been trained in these first aid skills, so it was no problem for Yin Shixiang, who had excellent grades. Fan Jian stepped on the gas pedal, and the Humvee roared into the rain toward the entrance of the resort villa. With the help of the medicine, little Li quickly woke up. When he opened his eyes and saw Hua Xiaoheng, he reflexively stood up to salute. Hua Xiaoheng raised his hand. "You're still injured. There's no need." "Roger, Chief." Little Li's face was flushed with excitement. Half of his face was swollen like a steamed bun, and one eye was almost sunken in. Yin Shixiang packed the first aid kit and slung it on his back. He looked at little Li and asked, "Where's Gu Nianji? Where is she?" Little Li quickly replied, "I was just about to report to the chief." As he spoke, he panted and recounted the entire situation from beginning to end. By the time he finished, they had already arrived at the entrance of the resort villa, which was under total lockdown. The police had set up a roadblock at the entrance of the resort villa. Vehicles could only enter and not exit. Vehicles that entered had to have a pass issued by the Sea City Police Headquarters or a pass from the local garrison. Hua Xiaoheng sat in the car and shifted his gaze to the window. The ink-colored window reflected his despairingly handsome face, so cold it made one's heart palpitate. His dark eyes were darker than the sky on a rainy night. He sat in the Humvee without saying a word, as silent as a mountain. Fan Jian rummaged through the box in his left hand for a long time before finding a pass from the local garrison and handing it to the police officer guarding the door. The police officer looked at him, then poked his head into the car. "Who are these people? Get out." The second update, the first additional update for the spirit pet fate bestowed by the leader of the Fish Circle of Circles, arrived. It was the third update at 6 in the evening. Chapter 77. The officer's voice was loud, but the people in the Humvee were used to situations like this, so they didn't take it to heart. Hua Xiaoheng crossed his arms and looked at Yin Shixiang. He lifted his chin calmly. "You go." "Yes, sir." Yin Shixiang opened the door and got out, showing his Special Operations Forces ID to the officer. "Special Operations Forces, we're going on official business." The officer looked at Yin Shixiang's Lieutenant Colonel ID and his rank as a regimental commander, and immediately ordered his men to open the roadblock. He stood on the side of the road and raised his right hand in salute as he watched the Humvee drive away. Shaoli struggled to sit up in the car and pointed in the direction of Little Mirror Lake. "I told Nianji to dive into the water and swim to the other side of the lake if she felt anything was wrong." Zhao Liangzi nodded and pointed at his electronic screen. "Nianji's position is indeed on the other side of Little Mirror Lake. She should be somewhere outside of the fighting between the criminals and the police. She's smart, and ran pretty fast." Hua Xiaoheng's intimidating aura suddenly faded. The people in the car suddenly felt like they could breathe again. The Humvee roared all the way to Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa. In contrast to the cheerful atmosphere in the Humvee, the situation outside was very tense. Many roads had been blocked off, and vehicles were completely impassable. Even with Fan Jian's driving skills, which were almost comparable to those of a first-rate Formula racer, he could only manage to drive a short distance from Mingyue Court. The road to the other side of Little Mirror Lake had already been blocked by the police. The rain was still pouring, and the asphalt road inside the villa was high in the middle and low on both sides, so there was no puddles. Dozens of police officers in bulletproof vests and armed with Type 18 police revolvers were hunched and hidden behind police cars, aiming at an antique building complex at the end of the road. Zhao Liangzi pulled up the 3D architectural plan of Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa from his computer and pointed it out to Hu Xiaoheng. The large blue area behind this is Little Mirror Lake. The little red dot is Nianji, and she's on the other side of the blue area. The police and the criminals were fighting on this side of the blue area, and were indeed quite far apart. Mr. Hua, are you going to pick up Nianji? Zhao Liangzi took out a high-powered military telescope. The situation at the scene is still very complicated. Should we? Before he could finish his sentence, he heard the conversation between the police and the local garrison in his headset. Zhao Liangzi paused and adjusted his headphones. He looked at Hu Xiaoheng in surprise. Mr. Hua, the police have discovered Nianji and the others. They're requesting the garrison troops to go to the other side of Little Mirror Lake to protect them. Hu Xiaoheng took out a cigarette and tapped it on the back of his hand. He said to Yin Shixiang, follow them and take a look. Don't let anyone see you. He tossed his M16, a semi-automatic submachine gun, to Yin Shixiang. What he meant was to protect Gu Nianji, but not let her know that they were here. Yin Shixiang immediately obeyed. He put on the same hoodie as the local garrison special forces to cover half of his face and a bulletproof helmet. He opened the door and got out of the car, quickly disappearing into the dark night. Not long after Yin Shixiang left, gunshots rang out in front of Minghua Court again. Hu Xiaoheng sat in the car and lit a cigarette. He took a slow drag and exhaled a puff of white smoke. He said to Zhao Liangzi, can you tell what kind of gun it is? Zhao Liangzi took off his headphones and listened for a while. He was shocked. A Czech semi-automatic submachine gun. Where did they get it? I think City's customs will need to be replaced again. Hu Xiaoheng held a cigarette between his fingers as he looked out the window again. His eyes were as sharp as a hawk's as he watched the activity in front of Minghua Court. Gu Nianji and her classmates hid in the straw hut on the other side of Little Mirror Lake. They silently prayed that the battle would end soon. They were tired, hungry and cold. It could be said that they were starving. Strongman tried to lighten the mood. He said with a smile, I think I'll never forget this graduation trip. Who wouldn't? I'm afraid the only people who will remember it more than us are the students from Class 2. Green Tea Fong sighed as she looked in the direction of Minghua Court. The fate of the students from Class 2 was still unknown. There were also 4 students from their class who had stayed behind at Minghua Court. Gu Nianji rolled over on Lady Chow's lap. She stared silently at the helicopters circling in the night sky. Not long after, a man dressed in the uniform of the local garrison walked over. He counted them and asked, are you students from the City Faculty of Law? Yes, I'm the Class Republic. Mei Xiaoan stood up. May I ask who you are? The garrison captain quickly said, that's great. I finally found you. I'm from the garrison. I was asked by Deputy Commissioner Liu to come protect you. Don't be afraid, and don't be shy. Just do what you need to do. He turned around and called for his soldiers to be on guard. The surroundings of the straw hut were immediately protected, monitored, by fully armed soldiers. Everyone immediately relaxed, and the atmosphere in the straw hut quickly became lively. Yin Shixiang was among the soldiers on guard. He saw Gu Nianji immediately. She was lying on the only long stone bench in the straw hut. Her face was pale and her eyes were closed as if she were sleeping. Yin Shixiang was wearing night vision goggles that could take pictures and send them to the internet. He raised his hand and pressed a button on the goggles. He snapped a picture of Gu Nianji and sent it to Zhao Liangzi. Gu Nianji was resting with her eyes closed when she suddenly felt like someone was watching her. She opened her eyes, and her 2 rows of fan-like eyelashes fluttered. She looked at the camera with a pair of watery eyes, and there was a deep sense of uneasiness and panic in her dark pupils, which had a built-in contact lens effect. Hu Xiaoheng happened to see the picture when it was sent to Zhao Liangzi's computer. He froze. Big Xiong sent it. Zhao Liangzi smiled and leaned back to show Hu Xiaoheng the best view. He said proudly, I just got it. Nianji is fine. Hu Xiaoheng took a drag of his cigarette. He looked away from Gu Nianji's wet, expressive eyes on the computer screen. He looked out the window. The gunfire in front of Mingyue Court was getting more intense. The police had retreated and the local garrison troops were in position with their snipers. As soon as the regular troops arrived, the tables were turned. Bang, 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 bang. The local garrison special forces snipers quickly took out 3 big circle boys armed with sniper rifles hidden in the bamboo forest in front of Mingyue Court. Deputy Commissioner Liu of the Sea City Police Headquarters heard the news from his helicopter. He waved his fists in joy. No matter how strong the criminals are, they can't beat our soldiers. However, there were 2 more powerful big circle boys who had not been killed. They were armed with submachine guns and were still entrenched in front of Mingyue Court. You're surrounded. Hurry up and surrender. Let the hostages go. If you turn yourself in, you can fight for leniency. Deputy Commissioner Liu shouted to the criminals in Mingyue Court from the helicopter. Hu Xiaoheng suddenly threw away his cigarette but in the Humvee. He frowned. Zhao Liangzi chuckled and made a pistol gesture with his right hand. You can get leniency for killing police and soldiers? My dead comrades, I'll light a candle for you. The 3rd watch arrived. Good night, my friends. Chapter 78. Hu Xiaoheng looked at Zhao Liangzi. His expression had calmed down, and his voice was deep and husky. Who's in command this time? Zhao Liangzi pointed at the night sky. Deputy Commissioner Liu from the police headquarters is up there. He's a young talent, a deputy commissioner at just 40. Fan Jian burst out laughing. He's 40 and he's a young talent. Then our Hu Xiao, who was promoted to Major General at 28, is a young hero. Of course, he only dared to say the last part to himself, not to Hu Xiaoheng's face. However, Zhao Liangzi understood what he meant even if he didn't say it. That was officially recognized by the empire. The oldest person who was elected as one of the 10 most outstanding youths was 55. Zhao Liangzi found the news from that year and showed it to Fan Jian. Here, how dare you say that a 40-year-old deputy commissioner isn't a young talent? Fan Jian rubbed his nose and chuckled as he stole a glance at Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng never paid attention to the people around him who were making sarcastic remarks. He didn't even look at Zhao Liangzi as he tapped his finger on the car window and pointed upwards. I want his complete resume. Yes, sir. Zhao Liangzi stopped laughing and looked down to search for Deputy Commissioner Liu's glorious past on the internet. If the Special Operations Forces wanted to investigate someone, they could go back 18 generations without beating around the bush. This way, all of Deputy Commissioner Liu's 40 years of life would be laid bare for Hu Xiaoheng to see. Unfortunately, Deputy Commissioner Liu's words only shocked his own people, and had no effect on the big circle boys. Ha! Are you stupid to try and fool us with such old words? The hot-tempered warrior number 2 clutched his submachine gun and fired into the air. Tat 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 tat. The helicopter pilot, who was hovering in the air, quickly pulled the lever. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Caught off guard, Deputy Commissioner Liu leaned back and almost fell out of his seat. What's wrong? What's wrong? His head hit the fuselage and swelled with pain. Chief Liu, the criminals are shooting at us. The pilot was still in shock and didn't dare approach Mingyue Court again. Suddenly, there was one less helicopter circling in the night sky, and the searchlights above Mingyue Court dimmed by half. Yang Dawei was cackling in Mingyue Court. He spoke into the walkie-talkie and loudly praised Vidra II, well done. Listen up. Give us a plane, 20 million in cash, send us out of the country, and we'll let everyone go. If you don't give it to us, I'll make them die with us. Yang Dawei yelled from inside Mingyue Court and fired a few shots. The general manager of the resort villa was howling in pain. It was a horrible sight to behold. When the police officers and soldiers outside heard the bandits shouting, they were furious. If it weren't for the discipline, they would have rushed in. In the helicopter, Deputy Commissioner Liu listened to the gangsters' demands through the walkie-talkie, and he punched the seat and roared, "They're too arrogant. You still dare to raise conditions with me? Let me tell the garrison troops, I want them to attack. Get the hostages out of here alive, no matter the cost." When the garrison troops heard the bandits' shouts, they also felt that they should teach them a lesson. Snipers. Take out those two with the submachine guns. The Special Forces sniper team consisted of 2 people, one sniper, who held the gun, and the other spotter, who held the scope and helped the sniper aim. In order to take down the bandits, the garrison troops were going all out. They immediately sent out 7 sniper teams, a total of 14 people, to flank the bandits from both sides and find the positions of the bandits with the submachine guns. However, the 2 bandits with the submachine guns were very cunning and experienced. They were in the dark, while the garrison troops' snipers were in the open. No matter which direction the garrison troops' snipers approached from, the 2 submachine guns fired a volley of bullets at them. The garrison troops' snipers couldn't even raise their heads. Moreover, the 2 of them kept changing positions in the bamboo forest, running in different directions, and sometimes hiding behind large rocks. There was no opportunity to snipe them. Deputy Commissioner Liu, who was watching the battle from the helicopter, was very anxious. He couldn't help but grab the walkie-talkie and yell at the garrison troops officer, "Why aren't you charging? There are only 2 bandits. What do your soldiers do for a living? The bandits have hostages. They're all law students. They're future elites." The garrison troops officer turned off the walkie-talkie with a dark expression on his face. He looked up at the tall bamboo forest on either side of the winding path in front of Mingyue Court. If it hadn't been for the heavy rain, they would have burned the bamboo forest down long ago. Let's see where the 2 submachine guns could hide. The officer didn't want the garrison troops to lose face because of a few bandits, so he began to give orders. Raise the flares. Get the rifles ready, we're going to fire at the bamboo forest. The snipers retreated, and the ordinary soldiers took their places. They raised their rifles and fired into the bamboo forest, but the effect wasn't obvious. The garrison troops hadn't expected the kidnappers to have submachine guns this time. They had only brought 1 submachine gun when they came, and the others were armed with ordinary rifles and sniper rifles. They had sent someone back at the last minute to request for heavy weapons, but the garrison troops couldn't wait any longer. The garrison troops officer took off his military cap in frustration and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Hu Xiaoheng sat in the Humvee, his arms crossed as he quietly watched the garrison troops and the police's movements. A trace of worry flashed across his eyes. He reached out and knocked on the driver's seat in front of him. He said to Fan Jian, "Go find Yin Shixiang and get him that submachine gun. You take care of the kidnappers." "Yes, sir." Fan Jian was overjoyed. He finally had the chance to participate in the battle. He was Hu Xiaoheng's orderly, but he was also the leader of his 8 orderlies. Hu Xiaoheng was a major general, and his orderlies were all regimental rank. Fan Jian was only a driver, and he usually did odd jobs for Hu Xiaoheng. But when he was in the army, he was the chief in the eyes of the soldiers. Fan Jian opened the car door and rushed out. He ran as if he was sprinting for 100 meters to the other side of Little Mirror Lake. He found Yin Shixiang and briefly relayed Hu Xiaoheng's orders. Without another word, Yin Shixiang stuffed the M16A American submachine gun into Fan Jian's hands, along with a belt full of bullets. "Do your best. Let the garrison troops and the police see the strength of the 6th Military Region. Yin Shixiang smiled as he patted Fan Jian on the shoulder. He didn't doubt Fan Jian's ability at all. What did the Major General's orderlies do? Actually, the most essential task was to be the chief's personal bodyguard. Therefore, they had to be exceptionally skilled. Just being human bulletproof vests wasn't enough. Fan Jian rushed to Mingyue Court with the submachine gun in his arms. He saw that the 2 kidnappers with the submachine guns had already injured many ordinary soldiers. He pulled down his hood to cover his face. He walked up to the garrison troops officer who was commanding the battle. He showed him his identification and said in a low voice, "Please allow me to participate in the battle." The garrison troops officer immediately agreed. "Time is of the essence, so I won't stand on ceremony. I'll remember the 6th Military Region's favor." He looked at the submachine gun in Fan Jian's hands and recognized it as the latest American submachine gun. He was even more convinced that this man was from the 6th Military Region, which used to be under the Imperial Army Special Operations Forces. Because of the Special Operations Forces' unique identity and nature, most of their activities were abroad. They rarely carried out operations within the country. Therefore, their department never used domestically produced weapons. They only used foreign weapons that could be bought on the foreign market. This way, if something went wrong, it would be easier to blame the country where the weapons were made. This was the first night watch. The second night watch would be at 1 p.m. Monthly pass of 800 plus updates. The third night watch would be at 6 p.m. The fourth night watch would be at 8 p.m. Monthly pass of 900 plus updates. P.S. Thank you to Fish G for the spiritual pet affinity yesterday. Congratulations to Fish G for becoming the new leader of Hello, Major General. Thank you to Leader Light Veil for the Heshabi yesterday. Thank you to Puppets Ball for the God of Wealth's coin bank. Thank you to Bug Flying 999 for the Peach Blossom fan. Mwah. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 79. I'll split up with your vanguard and flank them from both sides. When we're in position, you guys fire the flares, Fan Jian suggested. The garrison officer agreed, and put on the garrison's special communication earpiece for Fan Jian. Let us know when we're in position. Fan Jian was dressed in a special forces uniform. He wore a hood that covered his entire face and a bulletproof helmet on top of the hood. He carried his submachine gun and crept towards Mingyue Court in the dark and rainy night. Hua Xiaoheng sat in the Humvee, watching the battle unfold outside. Not long after, the garrison officer heard Fan Jian and the other vanguard's voices in the earpiece. In position. The garrison officer immediately gave the order to fire the flares. More than a dozen flares were fired into the night sky, illuminating the rain until it was transparent. The bamboo forest in front of them was instantly revealed to everyone. Everyone could clearly see 2 criminals dressed in black standing on either side of a large boulder deep in the bamboo forest. Tat 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 tat. Fan Jian did not hesitate to rush towards the person on the left who was closest to him and fired a volley of bullets. His marksmanship was much better than that of the local garrison's submachine gun. With one burst of bullets, he sent the criminal's submachine gun flying. With another burst of bullets, the criminal was riddled with holes. He fell backwards onto the muddy ground of the bamboo forest. Soon, the rainwater on the ground had turned into blood, flowing out of the bamboo forest on the left. The garrison's submachine gun on the right quickly made his move, blasting the other submachine gun's head off with a burst of bullets. Just then, another figure appeared from behind the submachine gun on the right. He rolled from the bamboo forest to the wall of Mingyue Court, then entered through a secret door on the other side of the wall. Fan Jian rolled on the ground, from left to right, and crouched beside the garrison's submachine gun. He asked, "Why is there another one? Where did he hide?" The submachine gun pointed helplessly at the main door of Minghua Court. He just went in. Ha! He already went in. Fan Jian got up and was about to crouch forward. Suddenly, a series of gunshots rang out from inside Minghua Court. They were louder than the submachine gun, and the firepower was stronger. Hu Xiaoheng heard the gunshot from inside the Humvee and couldn't help but sit up straight. This was no longer an ordinary submachine gun. This was an American-made M134 minigun. Zhao Liangza also heard the difference in the tone. His expression changed and he said nervously, "Oh my God, where did they get the minigun?" The volley of fire shot out from the windows of the main building of Minghua Court. It was like birds of paradise in full bloom in the rainy night, fiery red and deadly. The gates to Minghua Court were wide open, but no one could enter the courtyard. Because the firepower of the minigun was too fierce, they would definitely be knocked down by a hail of bullets before they could even rush into the courtyard. What should we do? On the helicopter, Deputy Commissioner Liu was panicking. He yelled into the walkie-talkie, "Find the garrison. Look for the garrison. Ask them to send more weapons and soldiers. The soldiers below were not enough. It's not enough." In the main building of Minghua Court, of the 8 big circle boys, only Yang Dawei and Warrior No. 2 were left. Yang Dawei leaned against the back wall with his submachine gun, while Warrior No. 2 leaned against the front window, where an American-made M134 minigun was mounted. There was a box full of bullets at his feet. After blasting at the gate of Minghua Court for a while, Warrior No. 2 stopped. He turned to Yang Dawei and said, "Boss, we can't go on like this. If they're determined not to come in, they could trap us to death." Trap us to death? They don't want these pigs anymore. Yang Dawei kicked the unconscious general manager of Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa. "Look at him, he's almost drained of blood. If they still don't agree to our demands in an hour, we'll blow this place up and jump into Little Mirror Lake." Warrior No. 2's eyes lit up and he gave Yang Dawei a thumbs up. Boss is so wise. Now that there was a way out, Warrior No. 2 was in no hurry. He calmly dealt with the police officers and garrison troops outside. From the helicopter, Deputy Commissioner Liu desperately urged the garrison officer on the ground to send soldiers to attack. "Are you a soldier or not? Aren't you supposed to protect the country? It's time for you to sacrifice yourselves, and you're just a coward." The garrison officer was enraged. He shouted, "We are soldiers of the Empire, and we are willing to give our all to protect the country. You." He was just about to give the order to attack when suddenly, a burst of gunfire rang out. This time, the gunshots were directed upwards, and were aimed at the helicopter that had just flown over Minghua Court. This helicopter was none other than Deputy Commissioner Liu's helicopter. Although the pilot quickly pulled the lever up again, he was a step too slow. The helicopter's fuselage was hit by a bullet, and there was a hole in it. He had no choice but to make an emergency landing. Fortunately, Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa was very large, and there were several parking lots for landing. Moreover, it wasn't tourist season, so there were very few cars in the parking lots. The helicopter successfully made an emergency landing. Fan Jian saw that the situation was not good, and hurriedly ran back to Hu Xiaoheng. He was panting. "Chief, bad news. Deputy Commissioner Liu is forcing the garrison to charge through the minigun's machine gun fire." Hu Xiaoheng hated superiors who didn't care about the lives of their soldiers. He was furious when he heard this, but it wasn't convenient for him to make an appearance. Besides, he wanted to see what the 2 men were going to do, so he restrained himself for the time being and watched quietly. Deputy Commissioner Liu's legs felt like jelly as he got out of the helicopter. He was helped into the police car by his 2 confidants, and they arrived at Minghua Court. "You're an officer, why aren't you giving the order to attack? How much longer are you going to wait?" Deputy Commissioner Liu pointed at the garrison officer and urged him on. He was burning with anxiety, and he felt sick. Such a vicious crime had occurred in his own jurisdiction, and if all the hostages were killed, his career would be over. As a 40-year-old deputy commissioner, he couldn't tolerate such a slip-up in his career. There were garrison troops here, and so many soldiers were charging in, but there were only 2 criminals left. Even if they had heavy weapons, they should be able to make up for it with human lives. The garrison officer looked at his soldiers. Apart from the snipers of the special forces, most of the other soldiers were new recruits who had just joined the army this year. Many of them were only 18 or 19 years old, the prime of their youth. Some of them still had a childish look on their faces, and had only been training for less than half a year. Asking them to charge through the minigun's machine gun fire at a time like this was a suicide mission. He deeply regretted that he hadn't brought more experienced veterans with him. He had thought that dealing with the local criminals wouldn't be a big deal, and he wanted to take the opportunity to let the new recruits experience the actual combat of a small-scale gunfight, which would help improve their professional skills. He hadn't expected to encounter such a tough group of criminals. But at this point, he couldn't back down. Everyone was counting on the army now, counting on the soldiers to rescue the hostages. Therefore, even if he knew that death was waiting for them, the officer had to make a decision immediately. It was the second night watch, and his monthly ticket had been delivered at 800 plus updates. It was the third night watch at 6 p.m. It was the fourth night watch at 8 p.m., and his monthly ticket had been delivered at 900 plus updates. He reminded them of his monthly and recommended tickets. Chapter 80. At that moment, Minghua Court's big circle boy warrior number 2 shouted again, "See our firepower. Don't even think about sending more troops. I told you, you only have 1 hour. You only have 45 minutes. If we don't see the plane or the money in 45 minutes, we'll blow this whole place up. The general manager and more than 20 university students will be buried with us, we're not losing anything." This was the straw that broke the camel's back. The garrison troops and the police had no time to mobilize the main force. All of them. Form up, guns up, and prepare to attack. The garrison officer turned around and gave the order to his men. A soldier's duty was to protect the country, and they were ready to sacrifice their lives for the people at any time. The garrison officer fought back tears and planned to charge with his men. Unlike Deputy Commissioner Liu, this young garrison officer had no intention of, "You die, I'll do the honors." The garrison troops began to form up and prepare to charge. "Stand back and leave this place to the military. They'll protect everyone." Deputy Commissioner Liu was secretly pleased and quickly ordered his men to retreat. Hu Xiaoheng sat in the Humvee and listened to the conversation between Deputy Commissioner Liu and the garrison officer through the loudspeaker. He finally couldn't take it anymore. "Who's leading the garrison troops?" "Sir, it's Guan Hui, the company commander." Zhao Liangzi could easily investigate Deputy Commissioner Liu, much less an officer in the military. Hu Xiaoheng nodded and ordered Zhao Liangzi, "Take down Liu and have Guan Hui come here, I have questions." "Roger." Zhao Liangzi immediately put on his bulletproof helmet and got out of the car. Deputy Commissioner Liu and his men had only taken a few steps when a tall, handsome man stood behind them. His tough attitude made it almost impossible to tell his age. "Liu Qiangyuan, you've been stripped of your command and await punishment from your superiors. Stand aside." Zhao Liangzi waved his hand and Fan Jian immediately rushed forward to restrain Deputy Commissioner Liu. Deputy Commissioner Liu's face turned green with fear. He stared at Zhao Liangzi and stammered, You, who are you? You talk big, why don't you go arrest criminals? Why are you mad at me? You, how dare you assault a police officer? This is a felony. You are not a military court. You have no right to convict me, Zhao Liangzi said coldly. He cocked his head. Take him away. Several of Deputy Commissioner Liu's trusted subordinates hid far away, not daring to confront the soldiers. The hot-blooded police officers were already dissatisfied with Deputy Commissioner Liu, and they wouldn't go against a military officer. Fan Jian and Zhao Liangzi took care of Deputy Commissioner Liu. It could be said that everyone around Hu Xiaoheng was a brave and intelligent general in the army. However, when they stood next to him, they were overwhelmed by his powerful aura. But as soon as they left him, they all shone with boundless radiance. Guan Hui, come with me. Zhao Liangzi looked at the young garrison officer. Guan Hui looked at Zhao Liangzi warily and did not move until Zhao Liangzi showed him his military ID. Guan Hui was stunned. He looked at the younger Zhao Liangzi. You're a lieutenant colonel. Also from the 6th MR. Zhao Liangzi smiled warmly. He had a good impression of Guan Hui. He had checked his resume earlier and knew that this young officer had only been married for a year. His wife had just given birth to a daughter, but he had just made the decision to live and die with his soldiers. The chief wants to see you. Come with me. Chief. Then you. Guan Hui froze again. In his eyes, Zhao Liangzi was already worthy of being called the chief. I'm his subordinate. Zhao Liangzi said and turned to leave. Guan Hui immediately jogged to Hu Xiaoheng's Humvee and stood at attention. Hello, chief. Hu Xiaoheng sat in the car and didn't show his face. His deep voice came from the darkness. Do you know what kind of gun the criminals are using? Guan Hui immediately said, reporting, Chief. It should be a minigun. Hu Xiaoheng nodded. Correct. If that's the case, why did the soldiers charge in? You should know that charging in under these circumstances is suicide. Yes, but we are soldiers. Sacrificing ourselves to save those elite university students is worth it. Their lives are more important than ours. Hu Xiaoheng's eyes shone in the darkness. He glanced at Guan Hui and looked through the tinted window to the opposite shore of Little Mirror Lake behind Minghua Court. His voice seemed to carry the vastness of the lake. You can sacrifice yourself and the lives of the soldiers to save others, but don't think of yourself as inferior. In my eyes, your lives are just as precious as those people. Chief. Guan Hui choked. Don't worry. I'll lead the soldiers in charge right now. No need. Every soldier's life is precious, not to be used as ammunition for the criminals. Hu Xiaoheng shook his head and ordered Zhao Liangzi, who was standing in a military posture outside the car. Call Big Xiong over. Zhao Liangzi immediately called Yin Shixiang through his Bluetooth earpiece. Yin Shixiang was on the other side of Little Mirror Lake guarding the straw hut where Gu Nianji and the others were. When he heard Zhao Liangzi relay Hu Xiaoheng's words, he immediately said, I'll come over now. But then he asked, what about Nianji? Zhao Liangzi looked at Hu Xiaoheng in the car. Chief, Big Xiong asked what we should do over there. Hu Xiaoheng knew what Yin Shixiang meant. He sat in the darkness, his voice deep and resonant, with a heart-tugging, raspy magnetism. That side will only be truly safe if the battle ends here. As soon as he said this, the image that Big Xiong had just sent flashed through Hu Xiaoheng's mind. In the image, Gu Nianji's eyes were wet. Only he could feel the panic and nervousness in the depths of her eyes, like that of a small animal. Hu Xiaoheng closed his eyes, as if that would prevent him from seeing Gu Nianji's silent gaze. Zhao Liangzi waited for a while, and when Hu Xiaoheng didn't speak again, he passed Hu Xiaoheng's message to Yin Shixiang. 15 minutes later, Yin Shixiang ran back and said, Chief, Yin Shixiang reporting. Hu Xiaoheng still hadn't come out. He sat in the dark military car and ordered Yin Shixiang through his Bluetooth earpiece. Go with Guan Hui and take out the criminal's American-made minigun. Can you do that? No problem. Yin Shixiang's eyes lit up. His expression was almost identical to Fan Jian's. Fan Jian's strength lay in his submachine gun fire, while Yin Shixiang's strength lay in his sniping. His sniping skills were almost perfect, and he had already won the title of the military's ace sniper 3 times in a row. As long as Hu Xiaoheng didn't participate, he would always be number 1. Guanhui watched from the side, dumbfounded. He scratched the back of his head and asked suspiciously, "How are we going to fight them? They're hiding in the house, and there are a lot of hostages. If we're not careful, we'll hurt the hostages." He couldn't really end up like that joke and shout into Minghua Court, "We've killed all the hostages inside, the criminals can come out now." That would be a disgrace to the military, and he, Guanhui, wouldn't be able to absolve himself of the guilt. He'd rather die in battle. How is that possible? "You're in luck today, kid. We'll show you what the 6th military region can do." Yin Shixiang followed Guanhui over and randomly picked a sniper rifle that the local garrison special forces had brought. It was the 3rd watch. There was a 4th watch at 8 p.m., and the monthly pass was 900 plus updates. Chapter 81. A sniper couldn't operate alone on a mission. He had to have a partner, a spotter. Guanhui quickly said, "I'll be your spotter." Yin Shixiang patted him on the shoulder. "Thank you." As they spoke, the rain outside seemed to have gotten heavier. Only the sound of heavy rain could be heard in front of Minghua Court. The criminals didn't keep firing, obviously trying to conserve their bullets. However, as soon as someone passed by the front door of Minghua Court, the minigun at the window would start firing. Tongues of fire lashed out in the rainy night, turning the grass in front of Minghua Court into a mess. Yin Shixiang and Guanhui took advantage of the distraction of the criminals in front of them to find a position facing the window of Minghua Court's main room. They lay flat on the ground and raised their sniper rifles. This wasn't the sniper rifle Yin Shixiang was used to using, but as an ace sniper, it was one of his skills to be able to shoot well with other people's sniper rifles at any time. He lay flat on the ground and tested the feel of the rifle. In order to prevent the criminals with the minigun from detecting their position, Yin Shixiang even took off the scope of the sniper rifle. This was because his sniper rifle was a very ordinary sniper rifle, and the scope was an optical lens. At night, even the slightest flicker of light would cause it to reflect light, which would easily expose his position. Yin Shixiang's vision was very good, and he was confident that he could hit the target at such a short distance without a scope. Guanhui had never seen Yin Shixiang's skills before, and when he saw him take off the scope of the sniper rifle, he stared at him in shock, speechless. "Don't worry about me, just do your spotter job." Yin Shixiang patted Guanhui on the shoulder. "Get down." Guanhui lay down a little higher than Yin Shixiang, and began to report his observations with the binoculars that came with the sniper rifle. 20 meters ahead, straight ahead, 11 o'clock. Wind speed 10 meters per second. Heavy rain. Steady rain. End of report. Yin Shixiang listened to the data Guanhui reported, and began to adjust the sights of the sniper rifle. Because he didn't have a scope, he relied entirely on his vision and intuition to adjust the sights. He only had one chance. If he couldn't hit the criminals in one shot and destroy their minigun, the criminals might be enraged and end up dying with the hostages. Yin Shixiang's failure wasn't a big deal, but it was a big deal to embarrass the 6th Immerse. He lay motionless on the ground for a full 10 minutes, so long that even the second brother of the Vidra warriors in Minghua Court could smell the unusual tension in the air. "Boss, what are those cops and soldiers doing? There's no sound at all." King Kong No. 2 turned around and spoke to Yang Dawei. Yang Dawei hugged the submachine gun tightly and sneered, "Why should I care about them? We'll wait for another 35 minutes. If it doesn't work, we'll blow up this place and jump into the lake." At that moment, Yin Shixiang finally got the chance to turn around. He quietly pulled the trigger in his hand. A high-power bullet unique to sniper rifles shot out from the silencer of the sniper rifle. Like a high-speed artillery shell, the bullet split the heavy curtain of rain. As if it had eyes, it drilled right into the barrel of the mini cannon. The high-power bullets directly hit the ammunition inside the mini cannon's barrel. It was as if they had hit a small howitzer. Boom! 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 The barrel of the mini cannon couldn't withstand such a powerful explosion, and it instantly shattered into pieces. The bullet's explosive force blew a huge hole in the second brother's chest. His head was still looking behind him when he fell onto the barrel of the minigun, which had been blown to pieces. Yang Daoi's eyes were bloodshot as he watched his subordinate being blown into pieces by the exploding barrel. Second brother. He roared and tried to run forward, but he suddenly heard cheers coming from outside. Mother ***. I'm not dead yet. You guys haven't won yet. Yang Daoi's violent temper couldn't be contained. He killed the general manager of Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa with one shot, then used the man's body as a shield in front of him. Step by step, he pushed towards the window and shouted at the people outside who were trying to break in. If you dare come in, this will be the fate of all the hostages in this house. As he spoke, he tossed the general manager's body out of the window and pulled the trigger on the time bomb in his hand. He quickly returned to the back wall of the house and leaned against it, hiding behind a group of unconscious university students. Yin Shixiang had blown up the criminals' mini-cannon with one shot and killed the criminals in the process, clearing the biggest obstacle for the garrison troops and the police officers. Guan Hui felt relieved. He pulled Yin Shixiang to his feet and said sincerely, "Lieutenant Colonel, thank you for your help. I'll report this to you when we get back." No need, no need. Yin Shixiang hurriedly shook his head. There's really no need. It's good that you remember this favor. If we were to report this, we'd be crossing the line. Guan Hui understood. The 6th Military Region was not supposed to intervene in domestic affairs. But he was useless and couldn't handle this mess. His brothers had made a contribution, but he couldn't make it public. He felt very embarrassed and said repeatedly, "How can we do that? How can we do that? Don't talk back and forth. Hurry up and take care of the last criminal." Usually, the criminals who survive until the end are the most vicious. Don't be careless, Yin Shixiang reminded Guan Hui. Guan Hui hurriedly said, "I know. I feel sorry for my soldiers. I won't let them die in vain." That's right. Yin Shixiang returned the sniper rifle to him. "Hurry up and see what's going on over there." But as they spoke, Deputy Commissioner Liu had already directed the police officers to rush into Minghua Court. Deputy Commissioner Liu. The criminals inside killed a hostage. Deputy Commissioner Liu. It looks like an ambush. As soon as he finished speaking, a deafening explosion sounded from the entrance of Minghua Court. Several police officers who had just run to the grass in front of the door were blown into the air and fell to the ground. Who the ***CK is messing around? Guan Hui was furious and turned to glare at Deputy Commissioner Liu. Why did you come out again? Fan Jian had only dragged Deputy Commissioner Liu to the back to prevent him from giving out orders. After all, he was the Deputy Commissioner of the Sea City Police Headquarters. They couldn't be too bossy. Unexpectedly, Deputy Commissioner Liu had disobeyed orders in order to make a contribution. He was afraid that the garrison troops would steal the credit, so he had frantically ordered the police officers to go in and save the hostages. The main entrance and walls of Minghua Court had been blown up. Broken tiles and debris were everywhere. The situation was even more complicated than before. Yang Dawei hid in the main room of Minghua Court and laughed heartily. They had already moved the bed and large furniture from Minghua Court over to block the main entrance. There had been only one window facing the main entrance to the courtyard, and they had set up a machine gun to guard it. They hadn't expected such a powerful heavy weapon to be blown up with just one shot. Yang Dawei was still a little frightened at the thought of the military's terrifying strength. But he had no other choice. If he didn't give it his all, he would die. Listen up. You only have 20 minutes left. If you don't give me the plane and money in 20 minutes, I'll kill all these hostages and burn them. Yang Dawei lit up his lighter in the room, lit it up, and then put it out. Yin Shixiang looked at the situation in front of Mingyue Court in disbelief. He murmured. They've buried landmines. Why don't you just go to heaven? 900 monthly tickets for the 4th installment have been delivered. Asking for monthly and recommendation tickets. Fine, it looked like he wouldn't be able to get them today. So if there were 1,100 monthly tickets tomorrow, the 4th installment the day after tomorrow. Chapter 82. The criminals had given them one surprise after another tonight. Yin Shixiang didn't leave immediately. He stood curiously to the side and listened to Guan Hui and his men discuss their next step. We can't force our way in. I heard there are still explosives in the courtyard. We'll have to clear them first, but we don't have that much time. Yes, and even if we don't clear them, we don't know how many explosives they've buried if we force them. Judging by their firepower, they might blow up the entire courtyard and kill the hostages inside. Then what should we do? Are we really just going to give him the plane and money and let him go? The soldiers wouldn't agree, and neither would the police officers. So many of their brothers were injured, and there were even dead police officers and soldiers. Were they just going to let it go? But we don't have any other choice. Guan Hui spread out a map in front of him. It was the architectural blueprint of Mingyue Court. Look, Mingyue Court is surrounded by Little Mirror Lake on 3 sides. Only the main entrance faces this narrow path in front of us. Our way in from the front is blocked. How about we go in from the water? Someone suggested, pointing to the map. We can send soldiers or police officers who are good at swimming from the other side, and then we can land at the back door of Mingyue Court. That's a good idea, but we only have 20 minutes left. It'll be almost time to swim over. Are we going to die with them? We can take the speedboat, but the criminals will know what we're going to do as soon as the speedboat starts. What if they kill the hostages immediately? Yin Shixiang listened for a while and understood the difficulties of the garrison troops and police officers. It wasn't that they didn't have a way to catch the criminal, they were just afraid that if they pushed the criminals too far, the 20 hostages he had would all be gone. Yin Shixiang shook his head and returned to the Humvee to explain the situation to Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng also found it tricky. It wouldn't be difficult to kill the criminal, but it would be difficult to prevent him from taking the hostages with him before he died. Little Zay, let me see the 3D architectural blueprint again. Zhao Liangze opened his laptop and brought up the 3D architectural blueprint. Hu Xiaoheng frowned and looked at it for a while. Where is the criminal in this room? Yin Shixiang pointed to the back wall of Mingyue Court. Here. Yang Dawei was very cunning. He was worried that he would be shot in the head by an army sniper if he stayed close to the front door, so he stayed far away and hid behind the back wall. Behind the back wall of Mingyue Court was the vast Little Mirror Lake. The lake was 2 kilometers in diameter, so there was no need to worry about being ambushed. As long as no one swam across Little Mirror Lake, he was safe. Moreover, even if someone went into the water, they would not be able to swim there in 15 minutes. Driving a speedboat was out of the question, and descending from the sky and breaking through the roof was out of the question. Because the bandits were cruel and decisive and they had sufficient firepower, when the time came, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Was there really no other way? Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze looked at each other. They were glad that Gu Nianji wasn't a hostage in that room. Otherwise, they would fight to the death with those bandits. No wonder Nianji grew up with us. She's learned a lot, Yin Shixiang said proudly, as if Gu Nianji was his daughter. Zhao Liangzi smiled and asked Hua Xiaoheng, Mr. Hua, do you want to pick Nianji up and take her away from here? Hua Xiaoheng refused without looking up. How can I leave before the situation here is resolved? Zhao Liangzi was quiet, then said quietly. But it's a domestic matter, we're crossing the line if we interfere. Before, they could say that they had interfered because of Gu Nianji's safety, so the army would not hold them accountable. Now that Gu Nianji was safe, if they interfered again and the senators found out, it would be very troublesome for Hua Xiaoheng, no matter how powerful he was. Yin Shixiang also thought of this, but when he thought of the tragic state of the troops and police officers, he couldn't bear to stand by and watch. Hua Xiaoheng straightened up and said calmly, this can't just be a domestic matter. We're going to interfere. It can't just be a domestic matter. You mean, those foreign heavy firearms and ammunition? Zhao Liangzi suddenly understood, that's right. These were all smuggled in by smugglers. They're related to foreign enemies. This way, the 6th military region would have a reason to interfere. Hua Xiaoheng usually didn't repeat himself. He pointed to where Gu Nianji was on the other side of Little Mirror Lake. Find a shooting point here and use an AMR. We can take his life through the lake and the back wall. An AMR. Yin Shixiang was instantly enraged. Hua Xiao. Let me go. An AMR was also called an anti-material sniper rifle, and could shoot through walls. The best AMR had a shooting range of 2 to 3 kilometers. The current world record for an AMR was held by an Australian sniper, who aimed from 2.8 kilometers away and blew up the head of an armed criminal with one shot. It's only 2 kilometers from the other side of Little Mirror Lake to the back wall of Mingyue Court. As long as he keeps leaning against the back wall, there won't be a problem. Hua Xiaoheng put on a mask that covered his face. Go find the garrison and ask if they brought an AMR. I'll go to the other side of Little Mirror Lake. Little Zay will be my spotter. Big Xiong will be at the front door, and Guan Hui will be your spotter. That way, no matter which side the criminal leans, he'll have a headshot. This was a headshot through a wall. It was extraordinarily difficult. Yin Shixiang's side was easier. After all, the distance from the front door to the main room was shorter. Hua Xiaoheng's side was the real challenge. Not only was it a distance of 2 kilometers from the lake, but the weather was terrible, visibility was too low, and the wind and rain would also affect the trajectory of the bullet, directly determining the effectiveness of the shot. But seeing Hua Xiaoheng's calm expression, Yin Shixiang chose to believe him. Roger, Chief. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi replied in unison. They split up to find Guan Hui for an AMR. Guan Hui was overjoyed to hear Yin Shixiang's words. He quickly said, the AMR has just been transferred here. I'm just worried that it won't be accurate and will hurt the hostage in the room. The bullets of an AMR were very powerful. They could even blow up an armored vehicle, which was why it was also called an anti-material sniper rifle. If it hit a person, it could directly tear the person apart. It would definitely be a fatal shot. But if it wasn't accurate and hit the hostage, it would also be a fatal shot. It's okay, leave it to us, you don't have to take responsibility if anything happens. Yin Shixiang picked out 2 extremely heavy AMR rifles, one for himself and one for Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng didn't reveal his identity. He would only appear in front of everyone as a sniper from the 6th military region. Guan Hui was furious as soon as he heard this. What are you saying? Am I someone who's afraid of taking responsibility? No matter what, if anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Yin Shixiang was amused by him and patted his shoulder. Okay, brother, you're my friend for sure. I thought we were already friends. Guan Hui was a bit confused. Were they only friends now? Yin Shixiang chuckled and didn't continue speaking. He threw an AMR into the Humvee and watched them detour to the other side of Little Mirror Lake. Gu Nianji was flustered by the fierce gunshots and explosions on the other side of the lake. She sat up from the long stone bench and spaced out for a while before walking to the door of the straw hut to see what was going on there. A man who looked like an officer stopped her. "Classmate, we have a mission right away and need to clear the area. Please cooperate and don't come out." "What mission?" Mei Xiaoan stood nervously beside Gu Nianji. "How are the kidnappers now? Did they catch them?" "They've sent a sniper over and will set up a sniping point here later. You guys stay back." As he spoke, a Humvee had already sped over. This was the first update. At 1 p.m., there was a second update on the spirit pet fate rewarded by the leader of the Fish Circle League. At 6 p.m., the third update. A reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 83. Set up a sniper point here. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. Her large, animated eyes turned towards the direction of Little Mirror Lake and looked at Mingyue Court across the lake. She closed her eyes and whispered, "Holy Lord. Do we have to use an AMR?" Only an AMR would be able to reach Mingyue Court across the lake from such a long distance. The officer was surprised. "How do you know about an AMR?" Even the people in the army didn't know much about this, let alone the general public. Gu Nianji smiled. "I'm a military junkie, I've seen it on the internet. Study when you have time, don't go online so much." The officer lectured her seriously. "Go in. I'm closing the door." Gu Nianji nodded and was about to turn when she saw two tall men walk out of the Humvee from the corner of her eye. Her entire body shook and her mind buzzed. She quickly turned her eyes to stare greedily at the tall figure walking in front of her. The helicopter's searchlights were still hovering in the air, scattering beams of light. At that moment, the sound of the rain disappeared from her ears, and the darkness of the night slowly faded from her eyes. Everything in the world became a backdrop of nothingness, and in her world, there was only a tall man in a special forces uniform. Although he was wearing a black helmet and night vision goggles, and his face was completely covered up so she couldn't see his face, the tall figure, broad shoulders, and intimidating aura, it was her Uncle Hua. For the first 4 years, she'd been his accessory. Now she hadn't seen him in over 2 months, and had only called him twice. Gu Nianji gripped the doorpost of the straw hut, her body so stiff she couldn't move. The officer in front of the door pushed her impatiently. "Go in now. This place needs to be strictly guarded and cleared." As he said that, he slammed the door of the straw hut in front of her. Gu Nianji staggered from the impact and almost fell to the ground. Mei Xiaoan hurriedly caught her and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Gu Nianji shook her head slowly. It was like a breath was stuck in her throat, unable to go up or down. She clutched her chest and sat against the straw hut's door. There were no windows in the hut, and the only door was closed. It was pitch black inside. Hu Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangze got out of the Humvee and looked straight ahead as they walked past the straw hut. They arrived at the shore of Little Mirror Lake to look for a spot to set up the anti-material sniper rifle. From the back wall of Mingyue Court to this side of the lake, this is the shortest straight line distance. Zhao Liangze was walking in the rain with a measuring device in his hand. He pointed at a patch of muddy grass on the shore of Little Mirror Lake. The patch of grass happened to be directly in front of the straw hut that Gu Nianji and the others were hiding in. Hu Xiaoheng turned on his night vision goggles and stood at the spot Zhao Liangze had indicated. He looked towards Mingyue Court. His night vision goggles were not ordinary night vision goggles. They were equipped with an infrared detection system, which allowed him to see the movements of people through the wall. Through the night vision goggles, he could see the situation in Mingyue Court, step by step. The kidnapper was holding a sniper rifle and hiding in the middle of the back wall. Although he could only see a blurry figure, the position of the head was still clear. There were many motionless figures lying on the floor in the room. They should be the kidnapper's hostages. They had learned from the resort villa staff that the kidnappers had drugged the hostages beforehand, so they were still unconscious. This was better than if they were conscious. At least they wouldn't cause a ruckus and cause uncontrollable problems. Here. Hu Xiaoheng half knelt on the grass and opened the case of the AMR and began to assemble it. The AMR in his hand was a heavy weapon owned by the local garrison. The barrel was 500 mm long, 1,200 mm long, and weighed 20 kilograms. It was equipped with a 10-round magazine with a caliber of 25 mm, capable of piercing through light armored vehicles. The house opposite Mingyue Court was said to be made entirely of wood, so the walls wouldn't be stronger than an armored vehicle. Hu Xiaoheng set the spike-shaped bipod on the ground and lay down on the grass to adjust the scope. The scope of the anti-material sniper rifle was more advanced and accurate. In order to ensure its long-range precision shooting ability, the anti-material sniper rifle scope used a very advanced real-time data processing scope system that could be connected to the internet. It was many times more brilliant than the optical scope of a normal sniper rifle. The scope system could collect, process, and calculate data such as air pressure, temperature, wind speed, rain speed, and the target's angle at the same time to achieve the effect of a fatal strike. Snipers were very rare, and snipers who could use such a complex AMR were even rarer. Hu Xiaoheng had rarely participated in actual combat over the years, but he had never let go of his marksmanship. No one in the entire Imperial Army could compete with him in sniping, be it light or AMR, no one was a match for him. Hu Xiaoheng finally adjusted the scope and lay down on the ground. He placed both hands on the butt of the AMR and aimed. For a sniper, aiming was a process that required a lot of patience and calmness. Some snipers could lie in one position all day and not move at all in order to hit their target. Of course, for Hu Xiaoheng, he couldn't lie down all day even if he wanted to, because he had less than 10 minutes to end the battle. Gu Nianji hugged her knees as she sat in the dark straw hut. Her eyes were as black as the finest obsidian. The straw hut was quiet, and outside the hut, the heavy rain was still pouring down. She had to press a hand to her chest, afraid that her classmates would hear the sound of her heartbeat. At a time like this, they needed absolute silence. She didn't want any sound to disturb Hu Xiaoheng, not even the sound of his heartbeat. Because outside the straw hut, her hero, her faith, was working hard to eliminate the criminals who harmed people. She couldn't be a burden to him. I can't take it anymore. What are they doing? The female classmate that Gu Nianji had carried across the entire Little Mirror Lake was about to break down. She suddenly started crying hysterically. Shut up. Before anyone could react, Gu Nianji pounced on the female classmate and grabbed her by the neck. She growled in a low voice, "One more sound and I'll kill you." The female classmate's cries and screams stopped abruptly. Her eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. She looked at Gu Nianji in horror and pushed her away with all her might. Everyone else in the class was also stunned. Was this still their little sister Gu Nianji, who was as gentle and harmless as a little lamb? Mei Xiaoan was stunned. He moved over and slowly pried open Gu Nianji's fingers. He said quietly, "Let go of her neck. She can't breathe." Gu Nianji loosened her grip slightly and warned the hysterical female classmate in a low voice, "Do you know how difficult it is for the soldiers out there? They risked their lives to protect you, and you still have the cheek to cry. One more sound and I'll make sure you'll never be able to cry for the rest of your life." A sniper using an AMR couldn't afford to be distracted even for a moment. With Hu Xiaoheng's level of skill, he wouldn't even care if someone else was banging on his ear. But to Gu Nianji, that was all she could do for him. Hu Xiaoheng lay on his stomach in the mud of the grass. The cool rain fluttered through his scope. He was already immersed in his own world. All his attention was focused on the scope. The infrared night vision goggles only showed shadows, but the AMR's crosshair was already aimed at Yang Doui's head, which was leaning against the back wall of Minghua Court. An AMR bullet that could pierce through an armored vehicle was waiting to be fired 2 kilometers across the surface of the Little Mirror Lake. The second update had arrived for the second update of the spirit pet fate bestowed by the leader of the League of Fish Circles. It was 6:00 in the evening. Chapter 84. 2,000 meters ahead, 10:00. Wind speed 8 meters per second. Moderate rain, even rain. Target's head is leaning against a third of the back wall of Minghua Court, 175 meters tall. End of report. Zhao Liangzi knelt on one knee next to Hu Xiaoheng's sniping point, and reported what he had observed as a spotter. Time passed quickly, and soon there was only a little more than a minute left. Yang Dawei began to feel uneasy in Minghua Court. The police had promised to give him the plane and money, but there was only 1 minute left until the deadline. Why hadn't he heard the plane yet? Were they really stalling for time? If that was the case, then he wouldn't hold back. Everyone in this room had to die. Yang Dawei was furious. He raised his submachine gun and aimed it at the unconscious C University faculty of law students in the room. At that moment, Hu Xiaoheng's eyes darkened until they were bottomless. He hooked his finger slightly and pulled the trigger of the anti-material sniper rifle with a click. A high-powered heavy sniper bullet silently slid out of the 500mm gun's chamber. The olive-shaped bullet cleaved through the mist above Little Mirror Lake, and picked up speed with the sound of the wind. It suddenly flew across Little Mirror Lake, aiming for a third of the back wall of Minghua Court. Boom! Through Hu Xiaoheng's infrared night vision goggles, he saw the figure leaning against the back wall of Minghua Court suddenly spit out a cloud of pink blood, and then his entire body dissipated in the goggles. Yin Shixiang, who was standing guard at the front door of Minghua Court, was the first to hear the spluttering inside the room. He also saw through his night vision goggles that the criminal inside had suddenly been torn to pieces, and a cloud of pink blood. He stood up with a whoosh and whispered to Guan Hui, who was beside him, "It's done. That bandit was killed by our people. Get ready to go in and collect the body." He paused for a moment, then instructed him, "Get a few veterans to go in and get a body bag. I'm afraid that person is no longer human." Guan Hui was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. He jumped up from the ground and gestured to the people behind him, "Deploy the robots to clear the mines." A few chubby demoning robots quickly entered the area in front of Minghua Court and began to detect and clear the mines. Deputy Commissioner Liu came over again and looked at Yin Shixiang, then at Guan Hui. "What's going on? Is it over? All the criminals are dead. Did anyone slip through the net? That's your problem. Our mission is complete," Yin Shixiang said coldly and tossed the sniper rifle to Guan Hui, ignoring Deputy Commissioner Liu. Guan Hui didn't want to deal with Deputy Commissioner Liu. He ordered his men to keep an eye on the robots as they cleared the mines. He personally led a few veterans along the path the robots had cleared to Minghua Court to collect the bodies. Zhao Liangzi received the news from his earpiece that the battle at Minghua Court had ended. He breathed a sigh of relief and stood up. "Mr. Hua, everything's settled. We're collecting the corpses." Only then did Hu Xiaoheng get up from the ground. He skillfully dismantled the parts of the AMR and put them into the gun case before carrying them to the Humvee. Zhao Liangzi carried his equipment and walked behind him. The two of them quickly got into the car. The officer guarding the straw hut opened the door and said to the students inside, "The martial law is over. You can come out and prepare to go home." Gu Nianji was the first to rush out. She sidestepped the officer and slipped out the door like a fish. The beam of light from the helicopter had disappeared. It must have driven away. The electricity in the villa had not been restored yet. On the dark lakeside path, only the headlights of the Humvee that had just driven away glowed brightly in the dark. Gu Nianji's eyes lit up. She didn't have time to think. She ran after the Humvee. She remembered that the two snipers had gotten out of this military vehicle. She didn't dare scream. She only hoped that the people in the car would see her and stop. She recognized the figure. It had to be Uncle Hua. And the person next to him had to be Brother Zhe. Gu Nianji ran faster and faster. Her long legs were as agile as a deer's. Her waist was light and supple, and she bounced with an elastic rhythm. Mr. Hua, that's Miss Gu, she's chasing the car. The orderly, Fan Jian, was the first to notice Gu Nianji in the rearview mirror. He instinctively eased off the accelerator. The Humvee slowed down slightly. Zhao Liangzi looked up at the rearview mirror. Oh. It's really Nianji. Why is she chasing our car? Is something wrong? Or did she recognize us? Oh. I'm going to go back and retake my camouflage class. I was still recognized even though I'm all wrapped up today. It must be because I'm too handsome. The corners of Fan Jian's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He eased off the accelerator again. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything. He propped one elbow against the window and rested his chin on the back of his hand. He stared fixedly at Gu Nianji in the rearview mirror. Hua Xiaoheng only realized that Fan Jian had eased off the accelerator when he realized that the military vehicle was closing in on Gu Nianji. Mr. Hua, it's raining outside. Should we stop and take shelter? Zhao Liangzi racked his brain to find an excuse for Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng continued to lean against the window with his chin on his hand. He ignored Zhao Liangzi's words. Little Jianzi, don't you want to go to the bathroom? Oh no, I need to use the toilet. Zhao Liangzi saw Gu Nianji stubbornly chasing after them in the rearview mirror. He panicked and had no choice but to continue trying to trick the military vehicle into stopping. Gu Nianji anxiously chased after the Humvee on the dark lakeside path. The headlights were so bright that she couldn't open her eyes. However, she didn't flinch and continued to chase without a care in the world. After running for a while, the car seemed to slow down. Gu Nianji was about to speed up to catch up when Mei Xiaowen caught up to her and draped a jacket over her. Nianji, it's raining. Why are you running? The three people in the Humvee all saw this scene. Fan Jian and Zhao Liangzi looked at each other. Drive faster. We're going back to the base. Hua Xiaoheng lowered his elbow from the window and smiled. Okay, little Zhe. Are you relieved now? Zhao Liangzi blushed and turned his head awkwardly to look ahead. What do you mean, Mr. Hua? What's there to be worried about? Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything else. He crossed his arms and leaned against the back seat. He closed his eyes to rest. Fan Jian didn't understand and asked Zhao Liangzi quietly, why didn't Mr. Hua stop to see Miss Gu? She's so pitiful. She's out of breath from running. Zhao Liangzi also felt that Hua Xiaoheng had gone too far. He couldn't help but turn around to persuade him. Mr. Hua, you should go see her. You haven't seen Nianji in over 2 months. She always asks about me and Big Xiong when she calls. Hua Xiaoheng didn't open his eyes. He sat in the dark seat and said slowly, if I go out now, I won't be able to hide her identity anymore. Oh. Is that possible? Zhao Liangzi and Fan Jian exclaimed in unison. You think this kidnapping incident is that simple? Hua Xiaoheng opened his eyes. His hawk-like eyes sparkled in the dark. If I'm not wrong, Nianji is their real target this time. Here's the 3rd update. Reminder for monthly and recommendation votes. Good night, dear friends. Chapter 85. This time it's for Nianji. No way. If it's really for her, then why didn't they take her hostage? Zhao Liangzi was dubious, but couldn't jump to conclusions because of the heavy firepower that couldn't be obtained in the country. These kidnappers are just pawns, the mastermind isn't sure of her identity, they're just testing her, Hu Xiaoheng said dryly. As for why they didn't take her hostage, I think they're afraid of being exposed and don't want us to follow the clues and catch them all. That's why they didn't attack her directly like they did last time. Fan Jian and Zhao Liangzi fell silent. If that was the case, they couldn't get out of the car. On the lakeside path of Little Mirror Lake, the headlights grew further and further away, quickly disappearing into the darkness. The lakeside was plunged into complete darkness. The rain continued to fall, thick and heavy. Gu Nianji watched as the military vehicle in front of her suddenly sped up, faster and faster. She couldn't catch up no matter how hard she tried. Her running footsteps gradually slowed down. She bent over to hold her knees, gasping for air. Her nose felt sore and her eyes were dry. Droplets of water dripped down her face. It might have been rainwater, sweat, or tears. Nianji, what's wrong? Why did you chase that car? Mei Xiaoan also stopped and gently supported her by the shoulders to help her stand. Gu Nianji looked at the road in front of her, it was already pitch black. The Humvee's headlights had long since disappeared. It was as if it had never been there, like it was just an illusion. Nothing, I just wanted to see what such a good sniper looks like. Gu Nianji calmed her indescribable emotions, the corners of her mouth twitched as she turned to follow Mei Xiaoan back. Back at the straw hut, she turned to look at the shore of Little Mirror Lake. Under the rainy night, Little Mirror Lake was vast and misty. In the distance, Minghua Court was as small as a toy house in a fairy tale. However, Uncle Huo was still able to kill the enemy with a sniper rifle from 2 kilometers away on the shore of the lake, even from so far away. Gu Nianji's heart was filled with a sense of pride and honor. She looked up at Mei Xiaoan and said, "Don't you want to see what such a good sniper looks like? I didn't know you had a hero complex." Mei Xiaoan teased, "Do I have to practice shooting?" "Ha, let's practice when we have the chance." Gu Nianji happily waved her fists, her seaweed-like hair hanging down her back. Her delicate palm-sized face almost glowed in the rainy night. Mei Xiaoan looked away. "Let's go back to school." "All right." Mei Xiaoan took her hand and they returned to the straw shed together. After a head count, they went to Qingfeng Garden with their classmates to get their things and get ready to get on the bus back to school. The girl running behind the car finally disappeared. Hu Xiaoheng looked away from the rearview mirror. He didn't say a word the entire way from Dufeng Mountain Resort to the military base. After returning to the base, he reminded Zhao Liangzi and Yin Shixiang, "We have to report Lu Qiangyuan's matter to his superior. Also, get the Sea City Customs data and check on the recent year's large container imports. All of you, get into position. Don't relax." The reason why heavy firepower weapons that could only be bought in foreign arms black markets suddenly appeared in the hands of the criminals in Sea City couldn't be simple. "Yes, Chief." Zhao Liangzi and Yin Shixiang saluted in unison. Hu Xiaoheng nodded and turned to Fan Jian. "I'm going to the capital. Make the arrangements immediately. I'll be leaving tonight." Fan Jian saluted. "Yes, Chief." He quickly went to find the relevant departments to prepare a private plane. Hu Xiaoheng returned to his residence to pack. After Fan Jian and Hu Xiaoheng left, Yin Shixiang asked Zhao Liangzi in confusion, "Why are you suddenly going to the capital?" Zhao Liangzi shook his head and rolled his eyes at Yin Shixiang. "Does the chief need to report everything to you?" "It's not that we need to report, but we're his personal secretaries. We can't be completely ignorant of what the chief is doing, can we?" Yin Shixiang rolled his eyes at Zhao Liangzi. "Also, you said Nianji chased after your car." "Yes." Zhao Liangzi turned on his computer and updated the records while looking up Sea City's container imports for the past year. The foreign heavy firepower weapons used by the criminals could only be smuggled through customs containers if they wanted to enter the empire. Otherwise, it would be impossible to get them in. Yin Shixiang sat on the sofa in front of him and turned on his tablet to send a message to Deputy Commissioner Lu's superior. He asked, "So did you get off the car?" "No, Hua Xiao didn't allow it." Zhao Liangzi looked away from the computer and looked around. He crooked his finger at Yin Shixiang. Yin Shixiang leaned closer and asked in a low voice, "What is it?" "A friendly reminder. If Nianji asks you about what happened today, you'd better think about how you're going to explain yourself. Remember not to betray us." "Of course not," Yin Shixiang promised, but after a while, he couldn't help complaining. "Hua Xiao hasn't seen Nianji in more than 2 months. Do you know how hard it is for me to find excuses for him? Nianji's getting better and better. I can barely talk her out of it." Zhao Liangzi made a face. "You think talking is a problem for our brother Xiong? I feel bad for you too, ha ha ha." Yin Shixiang couldn't look up from Zhao Liangzi's mockery. He slammed the tablet case shut and left Zhao Liangzi's office to return to his own. In the middle of the night on Sunday, the 20 students from Class 1 of the C University Faculty of Law who hadn't been kidnapped by the kidnappers were escorted back to campus by the police. 4 other students from their class, along with the rest of Class 2, had unfortunately been kidnapped. They were still on an 4 drip in the hospital and hadn't woken up. They hadn't expected to be met with a frenzy of media from all over C City waiting for them upon returning to campus. Many people already knew about the kidnapping and murder at the Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa, but the police had temporarily blocked the news. They only said that the case was still under investigation. The reporters who couldn't get first-hand information turned their attention to the Class 1 students who had just returned to campus. As soon as the students got off the RV, they were followed by various media reporters. Several reporters carried cameras and followed Gu Nianji and Mei Xiaoen's group. "Excuse me, did you see the kidnappers?" "Excuse me, I heard that the kidnappers had heavy weapons." "Is this true? Do you have a video? Why is the internet and electricity down there? Who's covering up the truth? Was it the police or the military?" Gu Nianji didn't want to pay attention to these uninvited reporters, but when she heard this, she couldn't help it anymore. She turned to face the male reporter who had handed her the recording pen. She asked calmly, "Which media are you from?" "I'm from the OOXX media." "I'm glad you accepted my interview." The male reporter was overjoyed. "Do you have any insider information to reveal?" This was the first update. Today was Monday. Asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes at 4 p.m. Second update at 1 p.m. Monthly votes of 1,000 plus updates. Third update at 6 p.m. Monthly votes of 1,100 plus updates at 8 p.m. It's Monday. Please give me a few recommendation votes. Thank you for the Peach Blossom fan. Wax. Chapter 86. I'm warning you, as a reporter, your questions are misleading. According to the Imperial Press Law, you violated the first article of the first volume of the Press Law, which states that the news must be fair and just. May I ask if you have any media credentials? Please show me your permit, otherwise interviewing me is a serious violation of my citizens' right to privacy and the right to know. I can sue you in court and hold you accountable. Gu Nianji didn't hesitate to take out her phone and record the dumbfounded reporter. In order to prevent you from slandering the police, the military, and our school online, I need to keep this video as an archive. Ha 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 ha, OXX media, right? You're screwed. Of all people to mess with, you chose to mess with the top student in the law faculty. Playing the law in front of us, don't you think the word MDZZ is written all over your face? Little temptress gloated. What do you mean by MDZZ? The Sea City TV evening news reporter was watching from the sidelines with his camera and asked curiously. "It's F***king retarded." Little Temptress replied flirtatiously and pulled Gu Nianji back to the dorm. Mei Xiaoan followed behind and walked Gu Nianji to the dorm. He ruffled her hair and said tenderly, "You've worked hard these past 2 days. Go take a shower, eat something, and go to bed early." Gu Nianji nodded listlessly and returned to the dorm to shower. That night, Sea City's forums and TV channels were all abuzz over the incident. More and more media outlets were rushing to Sea University to interview the students who had escaped death. Sea University saw that the situation was dire and wanted to protect the students' personal safety. They suddenly notified the students of the 4th grade law faculty to take a 2-week break. They were to go home and return to school after the incident had died down. Gu Nianji had just finished showering when she heard the news from Green Tea Fong. "Nianji, my family already sent a car to pick me up. What about you? Do you want to stay at my house for a few days?" Green Tea Fong knew that Gu Nianji was an orphan and only had a distant relative as her guardian. She might not have a place to go during a break like this. Gu Nianji was in a hurry to see Hu Xiaoheng and immediately smiled. A 2-week break all of a sudden. That's great, I can go home and rest for a few days. Thank you, Green Tea Fong. I'll have tea with you when you have time. Are you all right being alone? Lady Chow was also very concerned about her. She kindly said, "How about staying at my house for a few days? I'm bored staying at home alone." Little Temptress also said, "I'm going to the airport tonight to wait for my flight tomorrow morning. Why don't you come with me to the capital for a few days?" Gu Nianji declined them one by one. She expressed that the 2 weeks were easy and that it didn't matter. She was also burning with anxiety and wanted nothing more than to fly back to the Special Operations Forces base in Sea City immediately. Finally, she patiently sent her 3 roommates off and quickly called Yin Shixiang. "Brother Xiong, I want to ask you something." Yin Shixiang had just come out of the shower and saw that it was Gu Nianji calling. He quickly picked up. "Nianji, why are you still up so late?" Gu Nianji sat on the bed with her phone in hand and asked about Brother Li's condition first. "Brother Xiong, how is Brother Li? Is he okay?" Yin Shixiang had been wary of Gu Nianji asking about Hu Xiaoheng. As soon as he heard that it had nothing to do with Hu Xiaoheng, he immediately relaxed. He wiped his hair with a large towel and smiled. "He's fine, just a minor injury. We've already brought him back to the base." Gu Nianji heaved a long sigh of relief. She relaxed and lay down on the bed. She narrowed her eyes. "Brother Xiong, did you, Brother Zhe, and Uncle Hu go to Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa tonight?" Yin Shixiang was speechless. This little girl was too cunning. She had used Little Li to make him confess. Yin Shixiang smiled wryly and tossed the large towel aside. He admitted, "Yes, the police station called for backup. We had no choice but to go. Besides, Little Li was in danger, so we had to go save our brother. I knew you guys went." Gu Nianji sat up happily and made a V sign with her hands. "That sniper was Uncle Hu, wasn't he?" Yin Shixiang laughed. He didn't deny it, but he didn't admit it either. He asked her, "You guys went back to school. Were you scared? Do you want Chen-Lai to examine you?" "No, no." Gu Nianji was terrified at the thought of Chen-Lai examining her. She quickly declined and asked, "Brother Xiong, is it convenient for you to come pick me up?" "It's so late, where are you going?" Yin Shixiang's hand paused. He quickly went to find some clothes to wear. Gu Nianji said, "The school gave us a 2-week break. I don't have anywhere to go, so I thought I'd go back to the base to see you guys." She bit her lip and whispered, "I haven't seen anyone from the base in a long time." Yin Shixiang knew that the person Gu Nianji really wanted to see was someone else, but that person had just boarded a private plane to the capital. To avoid disappointment, Yin Shixiang said tactfully, "You're on break." "That's great. I'll come pick you up right now." Too bad Mr. Hua just left for the capital, otherwise he'd be very happy. Gu Nianji shot up from the bed. "Oh. Uncle Hua went to the capital. When did that happen?" "An hour ago." Yin Shixiang looked at his watch. "He should be here by now." Gu Nianji pursed her lips. "Oh, come pick me up then. I'll stay at the base for a few days. I haven't been there in a long time." She had 2 weeks of break anyway, so she had plenty of time. She planned to stay in his little building and wait. "Okay, I'll come pick you up right away." Yin Shixiang had already put on his clothes and grabbed his car keys. He came out to pick Gu Nianji up as he sent Hua Xiaoheng a text. "Nianji is on break, so she'll be staying at the base for a few days." Hua Xiaoheng had just walked out of the capital airport. He was expressionless when he saw Yin Shixiang's text. He casually pressed the button on his phone and got into the military car that had come to pick him up. That night, far away in the capital, He Zhichu, a professor at the university's Faculty of Law, habitually glanced at the Empire's news summary before going to bed. He happened to see the kidnapping incident at Sea City's Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa, as well as a short video of Gu Nianji seriously educating the media reporters about the law with a straight face. The corners of his lips curled as he took out his phone to text Gu Nianji. "Well done." Gu Nianji held onto her phone as she waited for Yin Shixiang's car to pick her up. She heard her phone ring and looked down to see that it was He Zhichu's text. She was a little surprised by the compliment in English. She couldn't help but send a question mark. He Zhichu replied, "I saw you educating the media reporters about the law." Gu Nianji was speechless. News spread too quickly in the age of the internet. She texted back, "Thank you for the compliment, Professor He." "Good night, Professor He." This was the second update. Monthly tickets of 1,000 plus updates had arrived. Third update at 6 p.m. Fourth update at 8 p.m. Monthly tickets of 1,100 plus updates. Asking for recommendation tickets on Monday. Chapter 87. He Zhichu narrowed his eyes as he read Gu Nianji's reply. His slender fingers tapped on the phone screen before turning it off to sleep. "Class rep, the school said they're giving us 2 weeks off. Do you want me to take you back?" Strongman bent over to Mei Xiaowen's bed and nudged him. Although Mei Xiaowen wasn't kidnapped during this graduation trip, he had spent the entire night in fear and exhaustion. His body couldn't take it and he had a high fever as soon as he got back to school. He had forced himself to take Gu Nianji back to her dorm, but he collapsed as soon as he got back. Strongman quickly poured him some hot water and found some medicine for his fever. Mei Xiaowen wouldn't take medicine from outside, so he thanked him and went to sleep after drinking a cup of hot water. However, he was soon woken up by Strongman who said the school was on break. Mei Xiaowen had a fever and couldn't drive back himself. He could only get up and call his family to come pick him up. After the call, he remembered Gu Nianji and quickly texted her, "Nianji, it's break, where are you going? Wait for me downstairs, I'll find a car to take you." Gu Nianji heard her phone ring again and looked down to see it was a text from Mei Xiaowen. She smiled and texted him back, "Thanks, but it's okay. My family is coming to pick me up and I'll be in the car right away." Mei Xiaowen was relieved. He had a fever and didn't want Gu Nianji to see him. He didn't want to appear in front of Gu Nianji looking so sick, so he texted her back, "Be safe, text me when you get home." Gu Nianji replied with ***** emoji. Not long after, she received another message on her phone. This time it was Yin Shixiang. He had already driven to her dorm. Because it was late at night, he didn't honk. Gu Nianji got in the car and cocked her head to look at Yin Shixiang. Her stare made his skin crawl, but he didn't show it on his face. He started the car like nothing had happened and turned the steering wheel to reverse. He asked her nonchalantly, "Why did the school suddenly give you guys a break?" Gu Nianji looked away and pouted. She leaned back in her seat and said sullenly, "There was too much media and the school couldn't handle it, so they let us go home." Gu Nianji couldn't help revealing a lonely expression when she said the word "go home." She leaned her head against the car window and looked out at the endless drizzle. She thought to herself, maybe she should look for Chenlai again and try to get him to hypnotize her again. He wanted to see if he could remember what happened before the car accident when he was 12 years old. Both of them were chatterboxes, but now neither of them spoke. Yin Shixiang was not used to the silence in the car. He coughed and turned the car onto the highway. He turned on the anti-tracking device on the car and searched around to make sure that no one or car was following them. Only then did he enter the highway to the station. "Nianji, what do you plan to do after graduation?" Yin Shixiang initiated the conversation. Gu Nianji tilted her head and leaned against the window. Her voice was soft and timid as she said, "I want to intern at a law firm for 6 months." She would be going to be university's faculty of law next spring for her master's degree. She would graduate in July this year. If she didn't find a job, she would have nothing to do for half a year. Of course, because she only had 6 months, she couldn't find a formal job. She could only find temporary or intern work. She didn't know if she would be able to find one. He Jichu had said he wanted her to help him with some cases after graduation, but he hadn't contacted her since. She could only assume he was being polite. Yin Shixiang nodded. "Let me know when you find one. I'll go check it out first." Gu Nianji laughed. "Brother Xiong, I'll be 18 in October. I'm an adult. You don't have to investigate every detail like before, do you? As long as Hu Xiao still wants me to take care of you, I'll investigate even if you're 80. Yin Shixiang laughed. Gu Nianji was amused as well. She covered her mouth with the back of her hand and giggled. "I'm 80. How old is Brother Xiong?" Yin Shixiang purposely put on a fierce expression and pretended to be angry. "Hey! Don't hit me in the face. I don't need you to remind me of my age." "Oh. Brother Xiong, you're a man, but you don't like people asking your age. I thought it was a woman's privilege." Gu Nianji's eyes sparkled as she laughed. Yin Shixiang smiled at her. "Nianji, you've grown up." She was so beautiful too. She looked completely different from when she was 12 years old. Who would have thought that the chubby little girl with a face like a silver plate would look like a completely different person after growing up? Now she looked like a beautiful girl from a manga. When she stared at you with her large eyes, she looked like a small animal. She was gentle, harmless, and cute. Gu Nianji pulled down the small mirror on the passenger seat to look at her face. She shook her head. "I'm not 18 yet." She glanced at Yin Shixiang and asked tentatively, "Brother Xiong, I want to ask you something personal. You don't have to answer if you mind." "Yeah, it's nothing. Go ahead and ask." "I'm listening." Gu Nianji smiled. "Brother Xiong, do you have a girlfriend?" Yin Shixiang's heart trembled. He secretly cursed her for bringing up his sore spot. How annoying. He wanted to have a girlfriend, but he just didn't have one. Yin Shixiang laughed dryly. "Nianji, why are you asking this? I see you guys hanging out with Uncle Hua every day. If you have a girlfriend, won't they complain that you don't spend time with them?" Gu Nianji asked curiously. Yin Shixiang almost howled. He slammed the steering wheel. "Nianji, you're so observant. I'm telling you, it's because I'm too busy with work. I'm always around Huashao. That's why I don't have the chance or time to have a girlfriend. Oh, I see. Gu Nianji finally managed to change the subject to Huashaoheng. She suppressed the excitement in her heart and continued to smile. Her luscious red lips curved into a smile as she asked, "That's true. You guys are always with Uncle Hua, so you really don't have time. What about Uncle Hua? Does he have a girlfriend? You guys are with him every day. You should know everything, right?" Yin Shixiang sighed and shook his head. Huashao. He's a workaholic. We've been waiting for him to find a girlfriend every day. That way little Zay and I wouldn't have to be so busy. It makes me cry just thinking about it. So Uncle Hua doesn't have a girlfriend. He's not that young anymore, is he? Gu Nianji leaned her elbow against the window and cupped her pink cheek with her fair hand. The smile on her face grew wider. Tell that to Huashao. Don't say it in front of me. It's useless. Yin Shixiang suddenly chuckled. He even glanced at Gu Nianji with shifty eyes. Gu Nianji tried her best to calm herself. She didn't blush in front of Yin Shixiang. She nodded with feigned generosity. Yes. If I get the chance to see Uncle Hua, I'll be sure to tell him to find a girlfriend. I'll also give you personal secretaries time to find girlfriends. It was the third watch. There was a fourth watch at 8 p.m. The monthly pass was 1,100 plus. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 88. Okay. Nianji, I'll be waiting for you to urge Huashao to find a girlfriend. Did you know, he's actually all ready. Yin Shixiang's tongue slipped and he almost blurted out that Huashao had already lost his virginity. But when he remembered that Gu Nianji was still a minor, he swallowed the words. He had an indescribable feeling that if he told Gu Nianji about Huashao losing his virginity, Huashao would beat him to death. Gu Nianji acutely caught onto Yin Shixiang's words and leaned towards him. Her large, dark eyes were focused on him, full of curiosity and a flash of slyness. She asked in her sweetest and most charming voice, "Brother Xiong, what happened to Uncle Hua?" You didn't finish. Yin Shixiang suddenly slammed on the accelerator and sped forward. Although Gu Nianji was wearing her seatbelt, she was thrown to the other side near the car door. Nianji, are you okay? There was a car passing by without turning on its lights just now. It gave me a fright. Yin Shixiang hurriedly explained. He planned to get away with it quietly and hoped that Gu Nianji would forget his slip of the tongue in her shock. Gu Nianji wasn't so easily dismissed. She tilted her head to look at him and pointed at the display beside his steering wheel. "Brother Xiong, your car has an automatic detection system. How could you not know that a car was changing lanes?" Yin Shixiang was speechless. He glanced at her from the corner of his eyes and freed a hand to rub Gu Nianji's head, smiling, "Little girl, don't be so sharp. You have to be soft, silly, and stupid, only then men will like you." Gu Nianji rolled her eyes internally and said exasperatedly, "Then Brother Xiong wants to find a soft, silly, and stupid girl as a girlfriend?" Yin Shixiang silently fantasized about his future girlfriend. A silly, and stupid girl as a girlfriend. Just thinking about it made him drunk. Yin Shixiang smiled but didn't say anything. He pretended to be focused on driving. Gu Nianji snorted, "Brother Xiong, why aren't you saying anything?" Yin Shixiang looked left and right as he exited the highway and pointed to the surroundings. "Remember this place? You haven't been back in 2 years." Ever since she started university 2 years ago, she had left the base and moved to the penthouse in Fengya precinct with Huashaoheng. She thought of the apartment and said, "Oh, right. Brother Xiong, I want to transfer the apartment back to Uncle Hua's name." Can you help me with the paperwork? Yin Shixiang was astonished. You don't want a house. Are you stupid? But that's Uncle Hua's, not mine. I've graduated, so I can find a job and earn enough money to buy a house. Gu Nianji mustered up her courage and snuck a glance at Yin Shixiang before quickly looking away. All right. Just take it. Yin Shixiang stopped his car at the entrance of the encampment and took out his identification. The guard at the gate checked and let them in. Yin Shixiang continued to persuade Gu Nianji as he drove towards Hua Xiaoheng's building. Also, with Hua Xiao's wealth, an apartment is a piece of cake. Don't be embarrassed. No matter how rich Uncle Hua is, he owns it. It has nothing to do with me. Gu Nianji looked down at the backpack on her knees and used her hand to pick at a little bunny ear hanging from her backpack. Yin Shixiang saw that Gu Nianji wouldn't listen no matter what he said. He had no choice but to say, but if you want to transfer it to Hua Xiao's name, you have to get his signature. As long as you can convince Hua Xiao. Why? Gu Nianji's eyes widened. But when Hua Xiao transferred the apartment to me, he didn't ask me to sign it. Her expression suddenly became fervent. Is it because the paperwork wasn't completed? So that means the apartment isn't mine yet. Then I don't have to drive around. Yin Shixiang looked at her sympathetically. Nianji, you're different from Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao can transfer the apartment to your name without your signature, but you can't transfer the apartment back to him without his signature. Do you understand? Gu Nianji understood the crux of the matter and was dealt a heavy blow. Yin Shixiang stopped the car in front of Hua Xiaoheng's building and came out to open the door for Gu Nianji. We're here. Go in yourself. Hua Xiaoheng's building at the Special Operations Forces base in Sea City had a very high level of security. Gu Nianji used to be within his security perimeter. Now that she hadn't been back for 2 years, he didn't know if she could still get in. She walked to the metal door of the building with some apprehension and pressed her palm on the round display screen in the middle of the door. The screen opened with a whoosh and began to read the data. After a while, a gentle and standard female voice sounded from the speaker on the screen. Welcome home. The door slowly opened to both sides. It was all automatic. Gu Nianji smiled and carried her backpack and suitcase inside. The door closed behind her, and Yin Shixiang started the car and drove away. Gu Nianji returned to the building she had lived in from the age of 12 to 16. She actually felt like she was returning home. After all, her memories started from the age of 12, and it started from the burning car. Walking into her bedroom on the 3rd floor, Gu Nianji put down her suitcase and backpack and sat on her small bed in a daze. The room was full of memories. When she was 12, Hua Xiaoheng, who was 22, became her guardian and brought her to the Special Operations Forces base. In the beginning, she was too frightened and often woke up screaming in the dark at night. She couldn't sleep anymore. Hua Xiaoheng put her small bed in his bedroom and always had a warm yellow light on in front of the bed. Gu Nianji later heard from Chen Lai that Hua Xiaoheng used to be a light sleeper and couldn't sleep at all, but he changed for her. As soon as she woke up screaming from nightmares at night, he would immediately come to her bed to accompany her. Every time she opened her eyes, she would see Hua Xiaoheng's silent face and dark, concerned eyes. Only then would she feel safe and be able to sleep peacefully again. It wasn't until a year later when her night terrors improved that she moved her small bed back to her bedroom, which was the room opposite his. He knew she was timid and afraid of the dark, so as long as she slept, his door would always be open and there would always be a light on. From her bedroom, she could see the warm yellow light in the opposite room. She felt very warm and safe, and could also sleep well. Gu Nianji walked to her closet and half-squatted to open the bottom drawer. Although she hadn't lived here for 2 years, it was still full of sanitary pads that she was used to. When she was 14, Gu Nianji had her first period. Hu Xiaoheng asked Yin Shixiang to buy various brands of sanitary pads and put them in her room to see which brand consumed the fastest. In the future, she would only buy that brand. Later, the imported brands were no longer available in the Hua Xia Empire, so Hu Xiaoheng asked someone to buy them overseas and send them over for a year each time. The bottom drawer of the closet was still the brand she was used to. Gu Nianji reached out and slid her hand over the sanitary pads one by one. Sighing, she closed the drawer. Returning to her familiar place, she quickly felt sleepy. She yawned and went back to her small bed to sleep. She slept peacefully until noon the next day. Gu Nianji didn't want to get up, so she reached for the bedside table and grabbed her phone. She instinctively called Hu Xiaoheng. The fourth monthly vote has arrived at 1,100 plus updates. Requesting monthly votes and recommendation votes. Good night, dear friends, you're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.